How's it going, chat? What's going on? Welcome everyone to a brand new spontaneous live stream of Elden Ring. I'm your host, Capybara, and it is a fantastic, lovely Wednesday night. It is, in my local time zone, it is almost 10 p.m. At night, so it is definitely a very late, spontaneous live stream. But I thought to myself, well, it's been a while since I did my last one, and I have been itching to play some more Elden Ring, so I might as well hop on into the game. Yeah, welcome on in everyone for a little bit of some context here, in case anyone out there has not seen the previous live stream. This right here is the second Elden Ring DLC New Game Plus 8 live stream that I'm doing on YouTube. And basically what I am doing here is I am going through New Game Plus 8, and any time that there is like a major, massive boss fight that I have to complete, I will be recording it, live on YouTube, just for recording purposes. In the future I can look back on these live streams with probably some nostalgia, as well as some, level of cringe. And I can look back and be like, man, past me was an idiot, but I had a fun time playing Elden Ring, right? So yeah, chat, let me catch you guys up on what I've been doing, basically. During the previous live stream that I did, we fought against, I think it was 3 bosses in total. We fought against the Dancing Lion, we fought against the Golden Hippo, and we also fought against the Finger boss, right? The mother of the Finger enemies, right? Those were some challenging fights, especially the third one, right? But we managed to get through 3 boss fights, and today I would like to tackle at least 2 boss fights, right? I think what I'm probably going to do, this is going to be a little bit questionable. I don't know if I'm going to be able to accomplish it, but I think that for this particular live stream, the 2 bosses that we can fight against is going to be over here in this area. There's a boss by the name of Commander Gaius. I personally really hate this boss. I think this boss is not at all fun, not at all enjoyable, and I think that when you look at the spectacle of the boss, you look at the visual presentation of the boss, right? How cool the boss is, how badass the boss is, that sort of a thing. I feel like Commander Gaius lacks any sort of interesting, worthwhile feature that makes him very likable and very impressive, So I am not a fan of this boss fight at all. I remember, a little bit of a funny story. Whenever I played the DLC for the very first time, I, fought against this boss, and I died against this boss so many times. And eventually, it got to the point where I was like, you know what? This boss sucks. I have no respect for this boss. And so therefore, I'm going to find out an easier method of defeating the boss. And I came across this cheese method that exists. And this cheese method that exists, it is one that, I found to be quite hilarious, quite enjoyable. And, I utilized that cheese method. It took me, I think, a couple of different attempts to get the cheese method working. But once I utilized the cheese method, it kind of turned the fight into a little bit of a joke, and it made it a lot significantly easier. And the funny thing is that, I was not bothered by the fact that I utilize the cheese method. You know, for those of you out there who know anything about Souls games, right? A lot of the time there's this sort of sentiment, there's this feeling that a lot of people in the Souls community have where they say that, you know, well, if you don't fight the boss, you know, legitimately, right? Legitimately, then you're not a real gamer. You know, you're not a real Souls player, right? Um I disagree with that idea. I think that honestly, the way that Souls games function is that anybody and everybody should be able to play a Souls game, and when a person plays a Souls game, they should be allowed to do whatever they want to, whatever it takes in order to defeat a boss, right? It's not about doing things in a very specific manner, doing things the quote unquote right way. It is about, okay, here's a challenge. How do you go about solving that challenge, right? How do you go about, you know, figuring out a solution that works for you, right? And if you're able to do that, guess what? You're a successful Souls player. I don't care what anyone else says. I think that you are allowed to be considered a legitimate video game enjoyer, right? So we're going to be fighting against Commander Gaius, and very, very likely we will be utilizing the cheese method, right? I will, you know, obviously try my best to you know, to not do the cheese method and to figure out, you know, maybe there's another potential strategy that might work out. But if we are struggling very, you know, very much so against Commander Gaius, then absolutely without a doubt, I have no problems with pulling out the cheese method and using it as sort of like a last resort, right? Um, Other than Commander Gaius, there is one other boss here, and you know, this particular boss, which is located all the way down here in this area, um, during my very first playthrough of the DLC, I struggled very, very, very hard against this boss, and there's basically, I think, two reasons why this is the case, right? Reason number one is that in Elden Ring, one of my primary builds is that I'm a sorcerer, right? So I deal magic damage, and I usually stay long range. I usually do not get up very close to the boss, right? Um, so that is one of my primary builds that I rely on. And I really like the build. I use it a lot of the time, as much as I can. And I find it to be very comfortable, right? This particular boss, which is named Rolana, the Twin Moon Knight, Rolana, she is a boss that I believe has at least some resistance to magic damage, right? So she is able to mitigate the magic damage that she takes from, you know, players. Another reason why this particular boss is challenging is that this boss basically is very difficult to fight at a long range. The way that this boss moves around and you know, behaves is that this boss will try as hard as possible to get as close to you as possible. And when this boss gets very close to you, when Rolana is up in your face, Rolana is very, very powerful. She has some very, very, very significant attacks that she does, which are painful. And you do not want to get hit by those attacks. You want to, you know, avoid them at all costs. And so I feel like, you know, she does not allow you to keep a distance and to fight long range. And then when you are close range, it is extremely dangerous. You have to be on your toes, you have to be dodging a lot, and you have to be very, very careful, very patient with how you deal with the boss, how you attack the boss, right? Um, this boss is a boss that basically takes advantage of a lot of my weaknesses when it comes to Souls games. You know, this is a boss where whatever weaknesses that I have as a player, Rolana is able to exploit those weaknesses and, you know, basically gain the advantage and gain the upper hand against me. And I remember when I did my very first DLC playthrough, I think I died to Rolana over 100 times or something like that. It was very, very depressing. Um, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, during my first DLC playthrough, I discovered Rolana quite early in the DLC, and when I fought her, what I had to do was I fought her and I could not defeat her. And then because I had been streaming for, 6 hours or 5 hours or 4 hours or whatever, I was streaming for a very long time, and it was already like 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning when I was playing Elden Ring. I had to make the very unfortunate decision to pause the game and come back on a different day and fight Rolana. And so I did that. I ended the stream. I did not defeat Rolana. And then the next time that I went live and I played Elden Ring, I spent like, I think, at least 1 hour fighting her repeatedly until I got very, very lucky and I managed to win. I managed to defeat Rolana very, very, it was a very close battle. I think that if I had not, been somewhat lucky during that particular fight, which I won, I easily could have died within the next couple of seconds after I was lucky enough to defeat Rolana. So I think that, in terms of a casual gameplay experience going through the DLC, Rolana is probably one of the worst bosses in terms of like how the boss behaves and what the combat mechanics are for the boss. So I suspect that when we do this particular boss fight against Rolana, it is very likely going to take us a longer amount of time compared to Commander Gaius all the way up here, because Rolana does not really have a method that you can use that will easily defeat her. Yeah, there's not really a very ideal method for her boss fight. Um, yeah. So these are, I think, the two bosses that I want to take on, that I want to tackle as of this moment. There is one more boss fight that I am more than happy to play, and that I'm more than happy to complete if we have the time to do so. And that boss is all the way down here at the very bottom of the map. There's a boss, which I believe is at this side of Grace, if I'm not mistaken. And the name of this boss is the Putrescent Knight. Putrescent Knight, I think, in comparison to Rolana and Commander Gaius, I think that Putrescent Knight is easier and more manageable, but I will say that there are some very annoying BS attacks that Putrescent Knight has, and I do not really enjoy those particular attacks. But I think that overall, in terms of difficulty, Putrescent Knight is a lot more simple to manage, and I think that very likely if we, attempt to fight these bosses out of those three, I think that Putrescent Knight, we will have the least amount of failures and the least amount of deaths to the Putrescent Knight. So yeah, those are like three major bosses that I would like to tackle. I don't know if we will be able to do the Putrescent Knight. I don't know if that is, something that I will have time for today. But if we can, that'll be fantastic. And then, let's see here. After those three, we have one, we have two, we have, let me see, three, then we have four, then we have five. I mean, I don't really know if I would count that as a major boss fight per se, but I'll go ahead and say five. We'll call that one five. And then I think after five we have one more. So we have like six. Yeah. I want to say that we have six remaining bosses after we deal with the three boss fights that I mentioned already. Commander Gaius, Rolana, and Putrescent Knight. Yeah. I mean, you can either say five or you can say six, depending on whether you want to count the NPC boss fight as a major, major event, right? If you don't, then we basically have five more bosses to take down. But, whatever you want to say, it doesn't really matter, right? You can feel free to hold whatever opinion you'd like to, right? Yeah, so that's basically it, chat. Okay. I think, let me see. Chat, I think if we want to be smart, I think if we want to do this optimally, I believe it's probably best if we fight the most, challenging boss first. If we defeat the most challenging boss fight out of the three to begin with, and then we go in order, right, from most challenging to least challenging. And one of the big reasons why is because I think that number one, it will allow us to keep track of time and be aware, like, okay, I have spent X amount of time of today's live stream fighting this boss. And it will allow me to sort of determine, okay, can I complete 2 boss fights before I need to end the stream and log off? Can I maybe do 3 boss fights before I end the stream, right? So it'll give us a good sense of time. And on top of that, right, another very big reason, which I think is potentially more important, but at the very least I would say that it's likely equally as important, is, every time that you defeat a boss, you get rewards, right? You get a good substantial amount of runes as a reward, and therefore, the more bosses that you defeat, the more runes that you hold on to, and then that means that the more runes you have possible that you can end up losing, and you can end up, basically dying and not being able to pick up those runes before you die for a second time, right? So I think that in order to avoid a situation where we lose, let's say, 3 or 4 or 7 million runes that we're holding on to, I think that we fight the harder boss fight first, and then we go down the list of hardest to easiest. That way we have more and more of a guarantee or an assurance that we are able to hold on to our runes and keep them and use them once all these boss fights are completed, right? So yeah, I think that's what we're probably going to end up doing. I will say, chat, of course, if anyone out there decides to watch the live stream and decides to, you know, write some comments in the chat, I will be very, very willing and open to read any comments and to answer any questions or anything like that. But I think for the most part, what you are very likely going to end up seeing is that I will be, you know, hyper focused on these boss fights, and I will be attempting to, you know, really give it my full attention and my full effort to defeat these bosses. So if there's like moments of the live stream where you notice that I'm a little bit quiet, maybe I'm not commentating or narrating a lot, you know, just be aware of that. It is a possibility. It may happen. And don't worry, it's not that I hate my YouTube viewers or anything. It's not that I don't want to talk. It's more like I don't really feel like I can multitask a lot of different things, you know? Um, and so, yeah, but I will try my very hardest to add in, you know, sprinkle in some commentary, some narration, kind of like I guess like talk about things that are going through my head and things that I'm, you know, really considering and processing and planning out while I am going through these boss fights. I will try to add as much commentary, as much narration as I possibly can while doing the gameplay. But yeah. In any case, let's go, shall we? Let's do this boss fight. I think that's not a not a terrible plan of action. I mean, I say that, and very likely within the next 5 to 10 minutes, I will regret saying that because this boss is a piece of garbage. Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna get rid of all of these. There we go. And then equipment, I'm going to wear that. And then gonna get rid of those 3. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. And then let's do... Do we want to do this one? I suppose that's not a bad one to do. Let me see here, chat. Let me see here. Two-handed weapons. Okay. I actually want to do a little bit of research, chat. I want to take a look at something, and I want to see, like, what exactly that thing does. This particular talisman right here, the two-handed sword talisman, I really want to look up on the Wikipedia page, and I want to see, like, okay, what does this particular, you know, talisman, what does it affect, you know? Like, is it a talisman that, you know, does it affect weapons where you can hold it in one hand, but if you decide to, you can take your other hand, you can two-hand the weapon, and you can hold the weapon in both hands. Does it affect those weapons, or does it only affect weapons where by default, like the main default way that you hold the weapon is with both of your hands, right? Without making any sort of decision, right? Let me see here. So let's go to... I'm scrolling down here, taking a look. Two-handed sword talisman. Okay. Do 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 do. Increases the damage of all weapon attacks by 15% while two-handing a weapon. Does not apply to paired weapons or power stancing. Does not apply to skill damage. Does not apply to spell damage. Does stack with similar talismans. does stack with buffs, does not apply to backstabs or riposts, does not apply to mounted damage, does not apply to bows, light bows, great bows, crossbows, or ballistae, reportedly does not apply to charged attacks after using Regal Roar. Okay, so I actually want to look up something here. Let me go to, what if I do duplicate, and then we're gonna do our stance. Let me see here. Paired weapons. When inputting to two-hand these weapons, your character will instead equip a second duplicate weapon in their offhand. That means that any existing type of weapon could also be a paired weapon if they follow the aforementioned behavior. Paired weapons differs from standard dual wielding, aka power stance. Okay, okay. Interesting, interesting. So, okay, that seems to be the only information that we have. Now, I believe that what this means, right, the takeaway that we have from this particular information here is that essentially the weapon that I'm going to be using, that I'm going to be trying out here, which is called the Great Katana, I believe that this will apply to the Great Katana, which is pretty good. That is quite useful. Um, okay. I think I'm gonna try out this talisman, and normally speaking, what I would do is with the Great Katana, I would probably try to use I would very likely try to use something like the Rotten Wing Sword Insignia, or I would use the Millicent's Prosthesis, right? The I think one of the main reasons why I'm not choosing one of these two right now is because with a boss like Rolana, the one that we're going to be fighting here, I think one of the big problems is that I don't believe there are a lot of opportunities to do multiple hits on the enemy, one after the other, without without Rolana basically counterattacking and attempting to hit you and deal damage, right? So I think that just giving myself just very generic overall damage buff, right, by using the two-handed talisman, I think this is going to be overall more beneficial for us. That way, if we need to, we can basically get close to Rolana, we can smack her, and then we can like back up. We can basically take a little bit of distance and kind of protect ourselves and make sure that we are able to dodge any attacks and survive, right? So I think this is what we will likely use for this boss fight, and we'll see how it goes. I think that'll be the game plan, is what we will go for. Um, okay. Let me take this out, and then let's go to... Where is it? Okay, let's go for this one. The Blood Great Katana. There we go. I'm going to edit my flasks because I do not need that many FP flasks. So we're gonna do... Yeah, let's do 12-2. I think 12-2 should be okay. Alright, and then... Let me see. Wondrous Physic. We don't need magic damage. What if we do... Let's see. Temporary boost all damage negation in Physic. Hmm. No, I don't think we need that one. Holy attacks makes attacks more likely to break enemy stances. Maybe we can try this one and see if this one has any effect at all. And then Great Rune, we don't really have it active right now, but we could activate it if we really wanted to. Oh boy, chat. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This fight. I really despise this fight just because I feel like this boss, Rolana, has a crap ton of very just really annoying and frustrating attacks that she does that I'm not a fan of at all. Um, yeah. Yeah, it is not really a fight that I have a fun time with. Oh boy. Okay. Um, hmm. I'm trying to think, chat. One thing yeah, one thing that I kind of want to do is I want to be as like physically prepared as I possibly can be. Okay. I think what I'll do, chat, let me rest here, is I will very quickly, for like maybe, give me like maybe 2 or 3 minutes maximum. I think I'm going to step away from my desk and I'm going to very quickly use the restroom and I'll be right back because I want to make sure that I am not distracted or interrupted during my fight against Rolana. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide my webcam very quickly. Boom. There we go. And then I'm going to, let me put a message in the chat. So I'm going to say BRB, quick bathroom break, will return, if I can spell, in like 2 to 3 minutes from now. Sorry for the wait. Awesome. There we go. And then I'm just gonna pin this for the time being. There we go. Yeah, I pinned that message very quickly, and then I'll return in like, yeah, a couple minutes, guys. Don't wait too long for me. Let me do that. All right, I will BRB in a couple minutes, chat. Give me a second. I'm back, chat. Sorry for the wait. Give me a very, very quick second here. I'm actually going to, gotta put my good old trusty earbuds back so that I can actually hear what is going on in the game. Sweet. Okay. Now, I need to figure out... I should be able to, what's it called? Should be able to unpin this message, right? Let me see here. Oh, wait, hold on, hold on. Boom. Unpin message. Perfect. Okay. And then I'm just gonna type very quickly, chat. I'm gonna type out a message here in the YouTube chat so that people are aware, right? Wait, I can't spell properly. Cool. Awesome. I'm gonna do that. And then I'm gonna take this message and I'm gonna pin this message to the top. Awesome. Very, very cool. That should work perfectly fine. We should be chilling right now. Fantastic. All right, chat. Fantastic indeed. We are back and ready to take on the Rolana fight. Yeah. This is gonna be a very, very interesting fight, chat. I really wonder, how we're gonna perform here. Because Rolana as a boss is so incredibly like agile and nimble and just a complete pain in the butt to deal with, right? Um oof, okay. Let's try this out, chat. Very, very first attempt that we have against good old what's her face? Good old Rolana. Um Actually, hold on. Give me a very quick second, chat. Hold on. There was a... Let's go to spell. Go to... Do I have it here or did I remove it? I think I removed it. Yeah, I think... Okay, okay. Let's go to sort chest, magic, and then we go to... I think it was maybe this one right here. Hmm. No, that one's not it. No, that's not it. Um, I thought there was... No, that's not it. Actually not bad. I wonder where it went, chat. I thought that I had the sorcery. Surely I did not, like, what's it called? Surely I didn't, sell it or, like, get rid of it entirely. Huh, that's kind of weird. Alright, so what I'm gonna do, chat, is I'm gonna take this one with me. And then... Is there any others that I want to take? Um... No, I don't think I want to take any others. I think I'm okay for the time being. Yeah, this is very interesting that I don't have that particular incantation. I should honestly search up to figure out like, okay, where do I find that incantation? Or not incantation, that sorcery. Because yeah, I feel like I should have picked it up on at least one of my playthroughs. But it's not a bad idea to look it up and to try and find out. So let me take a look here. Okay. Go to, is this the page? Oh, it is the page. Perfect. Um okay, let's go to Control F. Is that really not the name of it? Oh, this is what it's called. I think I maybe need to, yeah, I think I maybe need to find this particular spell. Wow, that is interesting. Um, Cross the Celia Gateway, then follow the road north to the tower. Where is this thing? Swamp Lookout Tower. Hold on, do I actually have that place marked on the map? Let me see here, chat. Hold on. Wow, I don't have that marked. That is very, very surprising. Okay. So, man, this is weird. I cannot believe that basically, I've played through Elden Ring, especially like the base game, not really talking about DLC, but I've played through the base game of Elden Ring at least 7 times fully, completely, right? And out of all of the times that I have played this game, right? The main base game in its entirety, I have never apparently unlocked this particular area, which I find to be extremely fascinating. That I have never encountered it. Um, First of all, it's so incredibly dark that I need my lantern. Okay. Okay, we made that jump. Now what we need to do is we need to... Okay, nice. My god, everything is so freaking dark around here. So is this the tower that they're talking about? I'm very interested. Let me actually give me a second, chat. I'm gonna make sure that I have my sorcery available. Just in case that there's some bozo out there that needs to be taken out. So, okay, let me look at this map one more time. It is supposedly... Oh, is it? Is it up there? Oh, okay. Okay. Never mind, chat. I think I know what we need to do. I think I know where we need to go. I figured it out. Man, I think it's a little bit understandable now that I have never once encountered this place. Just because, like, I realize now that, yeah, I realize now that basically there is no requirement when you are playing the base game, you know, there is no requirement to travel this way whatsoever, right? You can legitimately explore this entire game and you know, progress through and basically, ugh. That was nasty. Alright. So yeah, you can basically go throughout this entire game without once ever having, you know, encountered this area over here, right? Hello, Mr. Bloodhound Knight. Okay, I'll take that. I'm just gonna heal up again just for, you know, precautionary purposes. There we go. Eternal Darkness. Man, I cannot believe that I've never been over here and never picked up that spell in my entire time playing this game. Swamp Lookout Tower. Wow. That is quite impressive. Quite impressive how blind I am, basically. Okay, cool. So, now that we've done that, we can travel back to where we were before, which is all the way over here. And, you know, just to give an explanation of why exactly I wanted to grab this particular item. So, this particular item, it is a spell in the game that exists. It's a sorcery that exists. And the name of the sorcery is called Eternal Darkness. The reason why it's actually very useful and a very, very good sorcery is that basically when you use the sorcery, when you activate it, it will essentially protect you from, you know, sorry, I have the hiccups right now. I don't know why. It will protect you from any incoming sorcery damage, and I don't know if it includes incantations, but anything that is magic damage, when you cast the Eternal Darkness, what will happen is there will be a black hole that appears, and the black hole will suck in any sort of like potential magic damage that could be, headed your way and targeting you, right? So I think that Eternal Darkness is a very powerful, very beneficial spell to have in your arsenal just in case you need it, right? So yeah. I'm very glad that I was able to get my hands on it. Now I don't know if we are going to be utilizing that particular spell, right? Because I think that let me see here. I think that if we utilize that spell, we very likely are going to make it a little bit more troublesome for ourselves to do like manage things while we are doing the boss fight. Because we'll have to be like multitasking a little bit, and when we are multitasking, it makes it a lot more challenging for us to basically like focus on survival and focus on dealing damage against the boss, right? Let me see here. So let's see. I think this is not a... I don't believe that this is a night sorcery, if I'm not mistaken. I can actually open up the wiki page, and I can, like, triple check on that, so give me a quick second here, chat. I did not mean to open a new window, but sure, why not? Yeah, it's known as a moon sorcery, basically. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, that's good to know. The main reason why I wanted to check on that is there is a weapon that I'm currently using. It's a staff that allows you to cast sorceries. And basically if you if you have multiple of these staffs being held in your hand, it increases the amount of damage that you deal with very specific sorceries, right? And so, sometimes it's better to have two of the exact same staff held in your arsenal, but other times it does not really matter, and there is no like benefit, there is no damage buff or anything like that. And so this is one of those scenarios where it basically is not at all valuable, really, for the boss fight. Okay, so here is what I think we do. This is like this very first run that we're going to do. I am basically 100% guaranteed certain that we are going to die here. This is basically just like a test to see, okay, how much do I remember of this boss fight? How difficult is it? How quickly can we fight this boss and deal damage, right? So let's try this out, shall we? So we're gonna drink the flask. We're gonna go in. And we're gonna cast. Okay. Okay. Really? She strafed all of my hits there. Ooh, I rolled that too early, chat. Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. I remember that attack right there is very, very dangerous. You basically need to kind of roll it a little bit early, is what you need to do. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. So, that was attempt to number 1. I think we did okay. I think it was not too terrible. But, we do need to be very, very careful with our attacks. We can't be too overly greedy, you know? Alright, let's see here. Drink. Reverse. Okay. I don't like how she basically runs around you like that. That attack is the one that I hate the absolute most. Holy. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I really, really don't like that one attack where basically what happens is she lunges towards you. So she lunges in, and then she does like a sort of like this uppercut double slash, and then she does another like follow up double slash afterwards if you are, you know, still within a close proximity to her. It's such a garbage attack that I really, really dislike. Okay. Traverse the mist. Okay, that was a very unlucky attempt where instead of like keeping her distance, instead of, you know, staying a little bit far back, Rolana decided to kind of like basically just, what's the kind of phrasing I'm looking for? She decided to rush in and just like get as close as humanly possible to us, right? And so that is a scenario where basically once that happens, the run is more or less completely dead at that point, you know? Not really worth, really worth, like, crying over or anything. Yep. Yeah, so that was another really bad attempt right there. To be honest, I don't really know if I need the like twin moon, because basically I think the only benefit that it might potentially provide to us for this particular, fight is that it might, what's it called? It might, like, cause perhaps some frostbite a little bit, but I think that if it does not really have any sort of, like, frostbite capabilities, there's not really a need to use it. Ooh, I got caught at the tail end of that. Okay. Okay. Ugh, that's so crappy. Also, I really don't like the camera movement in this particular fight. Yeah. Man, that is rough. That is really rough. I actually wonder... Ooh, that's interesting. Hmm. I think the really tough thing about this particular fight here is that, yeah, I think the really, really tough thing is it's very difficult to get off multiple hits against, Rilana, you know? Yeah. Dude, that's so tragic, man. Okay. Ooh, okay. Big yikes. Alright. I think what I'm probably gonna do, chat... I can try it out and see if it does anything. Yeah, we can do a little bit of testing and see if this strategy works. It very likely won't, but we can try it out. Basically, I'm thinking that if we are not able to use our weapon art and not able to, take advantage of it, right? Using it to basically deal significant damage against the enemy. I'm thinking that... Yeah, dude, that is really tough. Why is it so hard to gain, like, distance from that attack? Yeah. My god. Her attacks are really, really annoying. Okay. I think what I'm gonna try to do... yeah, I mean, this might be... I don't know if this is gonna be better or worse, or if it'll make any difference whatsoever. But I think I will attempt to simply just not really rely too much on magic, right? Like, I'll still use it, of course, but... Dude, that fucking dodge is insane. Really? Yeah, that's fucking insane. Holy moly. It's so weird that, like, this weapon that I have, it has a lot of range and is quite powerful, right? You know, when it comes to dealing damage at a pretty long distance, but then, like, at crucial moments, it seems to just not function and not be that, you know, powerful, and not be that, like, you know, long range, right? Let's see here. Yeah, okay. Man, that's tough. That's really, really tough. Okay. It's really interesting. I feel like this boss, when you are, like, close range to her, it's a little bit less dangerous, I suppose. It's like, it's not really, that, I guess, that risky compared to staying long range, where she has a lot of, like, long range capabilities. But it also does feel like, man, she has a lot of attacks that are easily able to, you know, to fuck you up at a close range. So, you know... Really? That's so shitty. Dude, like, some of her combos, man, they last forever. Like they are combos that basically just, you know, they have 10, what feels like 20, sometimes 30 fucking hits. And it's like, dude, when does your combo chain ever end? Like, what the hell, dude? It's so weird. It's so strange. Okay. I actually really wonder, because I think that there was some interesting, like, let me see here. There was like some interesting information that I did see on the wiki page about this particular boss, right? Oh, that's not a bad one. Okay, okay. Huh, let me see here. Interesting. Okay, okay. Um, do. Hmm. I actually wonder if that is like a viable method that we can utilize. Let me see here. Go to really? Dude, I can't believe my range is betraying me. Yep. Yep. Okay. Hmm. Tricky. The thing is, chat, I really want to bring in like a spirit summon to help me with this battle. The big problem is that um I feel as if, you know, bringing in a spirit summon before phase 2 happens, it does not really feel like it is a wise decision, you know? And the big problem with that is basically making sure that I can get her to phase 2, right? Ugh. Dude, that close range combo is fucking incredibly disgusting. Incredibly. Okay. Ow. I completely forgot if that attack that she does goes all around her 360 degrees or if it doesn't. Ooh, yikes. Big yikes. Okay, okay. Yeah, this is really, really tough, chat. I think the biggest problem here is that, you know, because of the difficulty that we're on, right? We're fighting on New Game plus 7, essentially. I mean, New Game plus 8 is the exact same difficulty as New Game plus 7. But because of our difficulty, right? The chance that we have of essentially, like, staggering this boss and, you know, the chance that we have of staggering this boss and, you know, stunning them and making sure that we are able to deal some very, very, you know, significant damage against them, it is very, very, very tricky. And like, I think that as far as I remember, on New Game Plus 7 and then like beyond New Game Plus 7, right? Because New Game Plus 7 is basically the hardest difficulty, right? On that difficulty, the level of what is known as poise, right? Which is basically the amount of resistance that the enemy has to being staggered. The amount of poise that bosses have is extreme. And so it is almost impossible to, you know, fight against a boss and to, you know, basically fight against the boss and you know, break their poise and stagger them, right? Ugh. Disgusting. Alright. Alright, I think I have... Oof. I have an idea, but I don't know if this idea is gonna work. Yeah, this idea might be really, really, really tricky. Let me see something. Nope, wrong one. There we go. I feel a little bit dirty for, you know, using this particular strategy. I don't love it, but we can try. All right. Here goes nothing, chat. Here goes absolutely nothing. I just want to test out this strategy just to see, like, you know, what is the result of it, you know? Okay. Ooh, okay. So that was potentially really, really good. Yeah, we almost had that honestly in the bag, I think. If we coordinated a little bit better, and if I, you know, if I did not lose, or not lose, yeah, I guess lose is a fine way to describe it. If I did not take as many hits and you know, basically get damaged as much as I did, right? I think we would have possibly had a winning chance there, right? All right, let's see here. Oh, actually, you know what? Ooh, this could be good, chat. Hold on. I have an idea. I have an idea. Wondrous Physic, get rid of that. Oof, yes. Yes, yes, yes. So there's a brand new crystal tier that was introduced in the DLC, and basically this crystal tier, it will buff your summons, right? And oof, I shouldn't have taken those hits, but it'll buff your summons, and make them very, very powerful, right? Okay, I got hit by that. Let's go! Easy clap. Man, and she did not even use the Twin Moon attack. Holy moly, chat. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. Honestly, shout out to my Mimic tier. Absolute Giga Chad. Giga Chad enemy. Or not enemy, sorry. Giga Chad spirit, right? Yeah, it's... So, you know, for those of you who maybe... Well, first of all, I think a lot of you out there probably did not see my very first playthrough going through the DLC, right, for the first time. It's actually very, very interesting because, so, first of all, we have Rolana, right, this boss right here that we just now defeated, and then also there's a boss which is located right here in this building called Midra's Manse. And by the way, I think that this boss right here is one of my least favorite bosses in the entire DLC. I fucking hate this boss, right? This particular boss in the DLC, I remember on my very first playthrough, right? I was struggling so hard against that boss. I was like, I can't figure out a good strategy. And then what I ended up doing is on my very, very last attempt where I actually won and I defeated the boss, I used my Mimic tier and I used the good old classic Millennia strategy where I basically had both me and my Mimic tier using Rivers of Blood and absolutely just I was bullying this boss, right? Like when I used Mimic tier and Rivers of Blood, we basically melted this boss's HP down to 0. And it felt so satisfying, and also at the same time, I was like, man, how incredibly different the experience was. You know, because like, I kid you guys not, I think against this boss, I probably died maybe anywhere between 50 to 100 times minimum. And you know, I was struggling, I was frustrated, I was annoyed, I was like, there's nothing that is working against this boss. And then as a last ditch effort, I pulled out Rivers of Blood with my Mimic tier, and I was like, oh shit, it's working. Like, I was able to deal significant damage against the boss, and, you know, like, what would happen is, on my previous failed attempts, I would fight the boss, and I would last maybe, you know, I would last, like, maybe 5 to 10 minutes maximum before, you know, I ended up dying, and I ended up failing, right? When I pulled out Mimic tier in Rivers of Blood, I think that I probably murdered the boss within, like, 5 minutes or something. Like, it took us so little time to demolish this boss. And it was just, oh boy, it was so incredibly beautiful, so incredibly satisfying, you know, that we managed to completely obliterate the boss, right? Yeah, and it's very interesting that, like, the more that I play the DLC, the more that I tackle these bosses, the more I realize, like, oh, Mimic tier and Rivers of Blood, that combination, it's so deadly. It is so powerful. It is so good. The other, like, potentially really good strategy that can be utilized is using the Mimic tier holding the Blasphemous Blade, right? The only like scenario where using Blasphemous Blade, using Mimic tier with that weapon is not ideal, is not really smart, is basically whenever uh basically like whenever you are facing a boss that is very 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 agile, very like, you know, nimble and quick, and when the boss is able to input read Blasphemous Blade and able to avoid all of the attacks that Blasphemous Blade does. But if your Mimic tier is able to hit the enemy pretty often, pretty frequently, pretty consistently with Blasphemous Blade, you're chilling. Like you basically have a Mimic tier that is kind of sort of invincible, or kind of sort of like just this insanely impressive tank of an enemy, or of a partner, of a, you know, helper, right? um so yeah, but that was a very very, you know, painful boss to fight against. Very annoying boss. I don't really love Rolana's boss mechanics. What I will say about Rolana is I think that Rolana, if you look at how the character is designed in terms of like how they look and the weapon that they use, and, you know, sort of the concept of that particular, you know, boss, I think that Rolana is pretty badass. Like I think that, you know, the developers, they created a boss that at the very least the boss looks, or the boss feels very 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 cool, and very, you know, dope, right? In terms of their visual presentation, their weapon, their appearance, all that fun stuff. I think that Rolana is nice. But in terms of Rolana's attacks, you know, in terms of how Rolana behaves in a fight, it is very, very painful. Not at all enjoyable whatsoever. But yeah, very, very cool beans, chat. Very, very cool stuff. We were able to get through it. Okay, so chat. We can now go to the next boss fight that we have, which is all the way up here. My God, this boss, ugh, he pisses me off so much. I don't like this boss. Yeah, this boss is a major, massive pain in the ass. Let me see here, chat. Here's what I'm gonna do. Let me see here. So I think Tish is not a bad pick. Okay, what if I do... I can try Taylu, and I can see how Taylu does, because basically Taylu, what he's going to do is he's going to serve as sort of like a meat shield, sort of a tank for me, right? And then what we're going to do, chat, is, let me see here, equipment. Gonna get rid of that. Gonna go down here. And we need... Where's the weapon? Oh, I think I put it back into my... Did I put it back into my chest? Very likely yeah, I think I did. Let me see here. So we go to rest of at Site of Grace. Sort chest. Bring me my weapons. I would be incredibly just like pissed off and frustrated and annoyed if I accidentally sold the weapon. That would be so devastating. But I don't think I'm that stupid to sell it. There it is. Found it. Man, it's so tricky because this weapon right here, I think that if you are scrolling through your weapon list and you see this weapon, it looks so incredibly plain and just like basic, and it does not look like a very, powerful weapon, right? It does not resemble a very, very powerful weapon. Um, and not only that, but, Elden Ring, when you look at the sort of like menu for this game, Elden Ring has this like dark background behind the weapons and behind the items that you're looking at. And yeah, the thing is that like what's it called? When you are looking at the items, at the weapons with a what's it called? With a dark background behind it, basically, you are not really able to see it very distinctly, very clearly, especially because like the trident, the tips of this weapon are dark, kind of like a black color, so it kind of blends in a little bit, um, but we found it, we got it. I honestly, what I should do is I should very likely, basically go to the round table hold and get a second copy just as a spare, just in case, just to like keep it in my inventory in case something horribly wrong happens, even though I very highly doubt that I'm gonna be, in that position, right? Okay, so let me see here, chat. I need to flasks allocate. Is 4 enough? I think 4 should be enough. I think this is not bad for us. Okay, okay. Alright. Let me see here. Go to... Nope, that's not the right one. Hmm. I like the sound of this particular tier. My only issue with it is that I do not know whether I am able to wait until I summon the the spirit ash, until I summon, my good old NPC buddy, in order to drink this wondrous physic. I don't know if it is doable. Let's try this one for the time being. Basically just buffing our damage is what we're gonna be doing. Okay, so yeah, this looks good. I think this looks good. Okay. So chat, let me tell you guys the strategy here of what we're gonna be doing. Okay? So if you take a look where my camera is pointed, it's looking like over there, sort of like in the eastern direction, right? there is a corner of this particular building right here. And what we are essentially going to be doing, right, the very basic simplified version, is we are going to be getting Commander Gaia stuck behind that corner and making sure that he is unable to move. And then we are going to be attacking him from behind the corner, dealing damage, making sure that he cannot attack us and cannot, murder us, right? And this is sort of like a little bit of a cheese method to taking him out as quickly as humanly possible and surviving, without suffering, right? So I think that's what we're gonna try to do. What I'm gonna try. Yeah, okay. I think what I'm gonna try here is I'm gonna try going in and not using my Wondrous Physic until, or actually, should I use it right away? Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should wait to use my Wondrous Physic until I'm able to attack the boss, until I'm able to deal damage. And then, once I'm able to do that, then I'll drink it, right? Now, if we end up dying, on this first attempt, because we're not able to get Commander Gaia stuck behind that corner, then, the next attempt that we do, we will have to drink the flask right away and do our best to pick up our runes that we drop. But yeah, let's do this, shall we, chat? Here goes nothing. Attempt number 1. This is gonna be really, really risky. Can you actually... Hold on. Let me see here. Where is my... I should have a telescope. Where's my telescope? There it is. Use. Oh, I see that bozo. I see him standing over there. You piece of shit, boss. I hate you. I hate you so much. I cannot wait to cheese you and easily kill you and pick up your runes. Yeah, fuck this, boss. Yeah, I see that dingus. I see him. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Ow. Yep. Yep. There we go. Okay, so I did not get him stuck around the corner. Okay. Alright. At the very least, I got to drink the flask, so I was able to, hold on to my runes. But that was very, very rough. Okay. In we go, chat. Come on, Torrent, you big, dumb, stupid horse. No, come on. Ah, yeah, I'm dead. Okay. Yeah, so basically, I think what you need to do is you need to have an attempt where essentially, so you guys notice on those attempts that I did, right? What happened was, like, I was getting chased by him, and then he shot me with, like, a gravity attack, right? You basically need to make it to where, when he's chasing after you, right, he is not supposed to do this gravity attack at all. Alright, let's do this. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. There we go. Let's fucking go. Easy peasy. Easy peasy, chat. And that right there is how you do the cheese. Ah, oh, that feels so good, chat. That feels so good. That boss, right? So let me explain to you young ones, right? Let me explain why that boss is a piece of shit, right? So okay. Basically, the very, dumbed down, simplified explanation for the reason why that boss fucking sucks is that you basically have to fight that boss up close, right? You cannot stay at a range. And this is the reason why. That boss, his name is Commander Gaius, and he rides a giant, fat, ugly pig, right? And the crazy thing about Commander Gaius as a boss is that Commander Gaius is very, very, very fast, right? Very fast. So when you are on Torrent, when you are on your horse, and you are running with Torrent, even if you're going full speed, maximum, horsepower, right? Commander Gaius is actually faster than you are on Torrent. And he will chase after you, and he will hit you, and basically knock you off of Torrent, and easily kill you, right? So using Torrent in this particular boss fight is not recommended. It is not ideal, okay? So that, I think, is kind of reason number one. And then in, what's it called? I guess, like, in relation to that sort of, like, really bullshit mechanic that this boss has, basically, if you try to stay far away from that boss, if you try to fight this boss at a range, okay, what will happen is Gaius will continuously do these charge attacks at you, right? He will take his fat ugly pig that he's riding, and he will charge at you. He will run at you with the pig. And the really annoying thing is that this boss has a really, really dog shit hitbox where, like, if you are even one tiny singular pixel off of the recommended, area that you're supposed to be when you sort of like dodge through the attack, if you are one pixel off from the optimal, space that you are given to dodge through the attack, you will get hit and it will deal severe damage to your HP, right? So that is a very big problem, especially when you are fighting this boss not close range and he continuously does those charges at you, right? It is a recipe for pure disaster, right? So that is a major, major problem, okay? Now, you might be thinking to yourself, you're like, okay, well, if you said that the solution is to fight that boss up close and, basically stick to that boss as closely as you humanly possibly can, right? Why don't you do that? Why would you not utilize that strategy and do exactly as you described to make it, easier for you, right? I have seen a lot of different YouTube videos that people have posted about Gaius, right? And basically, I've seen videos where, the person, the player making the video, they will sort of teach you how to dodge and how to avoid attacks that Gaius does, and how to basically take down Gaius and defeat him. Surviving, not getting hit by any of his close range attacks, and kicking his butt, right? I've seen those videos on YouTube. There's probably a good substantial amount of those videos. The big problem is that if you are a casual Elden Ring player, right, you are not someone that, you know, plays this game and does challenge runs where you like try to go through the game without dying a single time, or you try to go through the game without getting hit a single time, and you are not someone who basically constantly practices this game and constantly grinds this game, constantly you know constantly replays this game trying to get better and better and better at it, right? If you are not someone who is that, dedicated and that serious about your Elden Ring journey, right? It is very, very, very challenging to do what these people in the video are showcasing, because, basically it's this idea of like, okay, you watch this video, you see someone doing it, right? And so you're like, okay, I see it in action. I can visually see what's going on, I can observe it, right? But then when you are in that situation, when you are in the moment fighting the boss, you may not have the same level of like reaction time. You may not have the same level of awareness and the ability to, keep track of everything, and the ability to, basically like, I guess, the ability to micromanage every single, detail perfectly that you need to do in order to perform just as well as those people in the YouTube video did, right? And I'll talk a little bit more specifically about Gaius and sort of the attacks that Gaius does, right? Gaius does a lot of attacks where basically there's two different types of attacks that are very dangerous, right? The first type of attack is one where basically when Gaius does the attack, he does like an initial hit, and then after the initial hit, there is sort of like this AoE of other follow-up hits. There's like multiple different instances of damage being dealt. And so you have to avoid, you have to dodge or whatever, you have to iframe all of those individual multiple hits, right? That is one very dangerous type of attack that he does. The other type of attack that he does is, he will basically do these combo chain of attacks. Like, he will do these combo chains that consist of multiple attacks, back to back to back, right? And the thing is that, like, those combo chains, when you look at them visually, you see them happening, they can be very misleading, right? So you think to yourself, like, okay, I dodged the first hit in the combo chain attack, and then, after I dodge that attack, maybe I have enough time to pause for a very quick second, and then I dodge roll the next one, right? Hypothetically speaking. In reality, what you need to do is the first two attacks of that combo chain, you basically need to spam dodge it. You need to roll and then immediately roll again. You can't roll and then pause and then roll again, you know? And then, right, let's say that after the second attack happens, there's a third attack because combo chains usually have like 3 or 4 or fucking 7 attacks, right? Um, After the second hit of that combo chain, maybe the third attack is one that has a delay to it. So you spam roll the first two, but then you're thinking in your head, okay, I'm spam rolling the first two. Maybe I can spam roll the third one, right? And by continuously spam rolling, I will have more and more iframes available to me, and I can dodge attacks, right? That's something that you might think in your head. The reality is that the third hit in the combo chain attack has a delay to it, a pretty significant delay. And so you are required to basically spam roll, then pause and wait, then you roll that third attack. And then maybe the fourth attack is another immediate attack. So then you have to basically, so you do spam roll, pause, wait for the delay, spam roll, right? That is just like a very generic, broad, vague description of a type of attack that Gaius can do. And it's very annoying, right? So, to I can kind of sort of give you a little bit of an example, right? Um I think that Gaius has this attack, and I can actually look it up here. Let me pull up the wiki page. Let me take a look here. Commander Gaius. So what are his attacks? Let me take a look here. Um Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Okay, let me see here. Um so okay. Basically there's attack here on the there's an attack listed on the wiki page. It says head slam, right? So it says here the wild boar, aka the ugly fat pig, right? The wild boar slams its head sideways when you are near it. This attack is usually a combo with wild swing. And then it says here wild swing, Commander Gaius proceeds to swing his weapon up to 2 times on his side and finishes off the attack with a long reaching stab, right? So that's what Wild Swing says. Okay. Um so basically I don't know if it is, specifically mentioned here on the Wikipedia page, right? But there's this type of attack that Commander Gaius will do where essentially, right? So if you are basically standing, let's say that, you are standing on the, let's say the left side or the right side. Let's say let's go with left side. You're standing on the left side of where Commander Gaius is and where the boar is, right? So Commander Gaius sitting on his fat pig, and then you are on the left side of it, right? What will happen is the boar will do the sort of like head slam where the boar will swing its head sideways to try and hit you because you're on the side of the fat pig, right? And then after it does that, right, it will chain that into a combo of attacks where, for example, it mentioned on the wiki page that Commander Gaius will swing his weapon, which is a giant lance, right? He'll swing his weapon at you up to 2 times. Not only that, but I know for a fact that there's an attack which Gaius does where he will basically. So I don't know if this is the exact order of the attacks. Like I don't know if I am remembering it um, like an exact replica of the attack. It might be a little bit paraphrased, a little bit slightly different, but basically the way that it goes is something like this, right? The boar will do a head slam and try to smack you sideways, right? When you're on the side of the boar. Then Commander Gaius will swing his weapon twice. Then after that, the boar, the pig, will take his head and will try to do multiple head slams. So it'll do like a head slam on the left side, then a head slam on the right side, and then it'll I think it'll jump onto its hind legs, like it'll jump up, and then it'll try and slam down, like straightforward down, right? So it's this like very long combo of attacks, right? And it's very, very, very frustrating. Um, I highly recommend for anyone and everyone out there who is interested in learning more about Commander Gaius as a boss, go and search up YouTube videos about the different attacks that he can do, the different boss mechanics, right? I highly, highly recommend that, right? And you will see that there is a combo attack string that he does, which is, I think, at bare minimum, it is like 5 or maybe 6 attacks chained together, one after the other, rapid fire, right? And when you are standing very close to Commander Gaius, when you are, fighting him melee, face to face, right? And you are keeping a very close distance to him, right? It is very tricky because you need to watch out for those like chain combo attacks. You need to make sure you know basically what the attacks are, whether you can dodge sideways or you have to, dodge backwards or you have to roll forwards or whatever, right? You have to make sure that you know how to dodge the attacks. You need to make sure that you remember the timing. Is it like an immediate spam roll or is it like a pause and then you do a basic dodge roll, right? And not only that, but like if you want to make the fight as smooth as possible, as simple and free flowing as possible, you need to make sure that you end up basically landing your character in a very particular position. Because if you land your character in a certain spot, in relation to Commander Gaius, right? What will happen is basically Commander Gaius will be triggered to go into yet another series of attacks after doing that combo chain. So you need to position yourself in a good way where you can smack the boss, deal damage, and then you can basically have enough time to prepare yourself for the next, series of attacks, the next combo chain or whatever it is, Yeah, I think like basically with Commander Gaius, you I would say that if you are not a like professional Elden Ring or Dark Souls like challenge runner, if you don't do like speed runs or you don't do no hit runs or you don't do deathless runs or whatever, I feel like those people who are considered as more like casual Elden Ring players, they all hate this boss and they think that this boss is fucking annoying and frustrating and a pain in the ass, right? which I fully agree with. And it's very interesting. I've heard, so there's a streamer that I watch on Twitch by the name of Banjo the Uncle. I absolutely really love his channel, right? He does a lot of Souls content, he does a lot of challenge content and whatnot. Um, I remember, he was talking about Commander Gaius because, he fought against Commander Gaius on his very first DLC playthrough, and after he fought against Gaius, in his own free time, in his spare time when he was not streaming, Banjo practiced fighting Gaius, and he researched the fight, and he learned more about it. And what Banjo discovered is that when you are doing sort of like a challenge run, and you are fighting Gaius, and you are using the strategies that other people came up with for no-hit challenges, Gaius is a very consistent boss. He's very easy to script, which basically means that when you are scripting a boss, you are pre-planning what attacks you're going to do and when you're going to do them, and you're basically like putting in the maximum possible preparation that you can in order to go into this boss fight and essentially make the boss fight as easy as humanly possible for you to complete as quickly as possible, right? So when you script a boss like Gaius, right, there are some bosses that are just complete absolute morons and assholes, right? They are the worst of the worst, and those bosses are very inconsistent, which means that like they can do certain very risky and dangerous attacks if you are not playing the boss fight correctly, if you are not planning out the boss fight correctly. Um, Banjo found that from a challenge running perspective, Gaius is one of the most consistent challenge running bosses out there, right? And I remember that, like, a lot of people in Banjo's his community, right, his Twitch chat and whatnot, a lot of people who watch Banjo, they popped into the chat and they were like, man, Gaius is a really, really good fight. I liked Gaius. They were saying like Gaius is a very, very solid boss, and I do not have any sort of hatred towards him, right? The thing that I was very interested to notice is I think that every single one of the people that said they like Gaius as a boss, they are all people who basically like they play Elden Ring and they play Souls games and they do challenge content where they try to beat the boss without getting hit or without dying a single time, stuff like that, right? So they are people who basically they research and they study the game and they practice the game and they work on improving their skills by grinding the game over and over and over again until they are able to gain sort of like a mastery sort of over certain bosses, certain content, right? I think that, as I said, everyone out there who plays Elden Ring casually as just a regular, plain old, simple Elden Ring gamer, right? Casual player, I'm pretty sure 99.99% of them absolutely fucking hate Gaius. And I think it's very valid. I think it's very understandable, and I agree with that hatred, right? Um, those people out there who they might, you might speak to those people. You might have a conversation. You might be like, I hate Gaius. He's such a garbage boss, right? And then you talk to someone and that person, they say, no, I really like Gaius because I fought him, 20, 30, 50, 100 times, and I learned how to fight him and I learned how to, optimally defeat him, right? Basically practicing his attacks over and over and over again until I was able to essentially like memorize the patterns or whatever, right? um, those people that say that and then they argue with you and they're like, no, you're wrong, like your opinion is invalid, and Gaius is not a bad boss, and the only correct opinion, the only correct you know I guess, like, stance or perspective that you can have is that, guys, is a good boss. Those people out there, I have no respect for them as players. Like, I don't look at those people and think, okay, I respect their opinion, I respect their perspective, and I congratulate them for, getting proficient at the boss fight or whatever, right? Like, I do not have that sort of, I guess, how would I describe it? I don't have that sort of, I guess, kindness towards those people that would argue against you and would claim that you are factually incorrect, or that your opinion is invalid, right? I think that those people out there who want to try and argue about that, like, they just need to basically get a life, and they need to, yeah, they basically just need to start, I guess, like, going out and touching grass, and stop trying to pick fights and arguments with people online. It's just, it's such a waste of time. It's so pointless, and just, honestly, it's kind of pathetic. It's kind of sad, when you see those types of people online, right? Um, but yeah, no, I don't really care about Commander Gaius at all. I don't have any sort of respect for him as a boss. I think that he is, plain and simple, for a casual Elden Ring enjoyer, he is a massive frustration, a massive annoyance, a massive pain in the ass. I don't like the way that his fight was designed. And I also think that, if you sort of, like, consider the lore, if you consider, like, the sort of, like, story implications of, like, okay, why is Commander Gaius here? What is he doing here? What purpose does he serve? I feel like his existence in this area as a boss fight, to me, I mean, I obviously do think there is likely a valid explanation, but to me, I think that you know, Commander Gaius's existence here is a little bit just, like, random and unexpected and just a little bit wacky, and I'm not really a big fan of it. But whatever, it is what it is, right? The boss fight is over with, and we can move on from there. How long have I been live for? Let's see. YouTube is showing 2 hours and 15 minutes. Okay. We'll go with that then. Um Fuck it. You know what? Let's try this, shall we? Let's do this. Fisher Depths. I think this is the right, I think that this is the correct site of grace that we need to go to. Let's see. My god, it's so dark here. Let's go to pastime until morning. Beautiful. It's still super dark, but whatever. Let's go to equipment. We're gonna remove that. Okay, first, let me sit down here, chat. Go to, what's going on, Stellar82? Ta indeed. Ta indeed. How's it going, homie? How have you been? I actually don't even know if Ziox is live right now. I don't know if he's streaming on Twitch. But he is known as the number one Ta streamer out there. Let's see here. Let's go to sort chest. What incantations do I have here? What incantations do I have? Been alright. Ziox is streaming. Classic. Classic indeed. Glad to see that you're streaming on YouTube again. I appreciate it, Stellar. Yeah. Like, so, Stellar, I recognize that a lot of the people who, they used to watch a little bit of my streams in the past. I think that a lot of those people they've gotten busy. You know, they've basically had their own things in life to deal with, and they have their own priorities, right? So I think that a lot of the people that used to watch me on Twitch, they just have kind of moved on a little bit, and they no longer attend my streams. Um, but just to give a little bit of an explanation about sort of, I guess, why I'm streaming again on YouTube, why I'm doing all of this. I played through Elden Ring, the DLC for the very first time on Twitch, and I you know you can go and watch every single VOD that I did on Twitch or even on YouTube, because I'm slowly but surely uploading every single VOD to YouTube. So I did that on Twitch, and I felt like, when I finished Elden Ring DLC on Twitch for the first time, I felt like I do not want to I do not want to potentially force any viewers to, watch Elden Ring content forever. You know what I mean? Like, I wanted to make sure that I have some variety, and I do all sorts of different content on Twitch, not just one game forever and ever and ever and ever, right? Which is one of the reasons why I'm kind of like slowly moving away from constantly streaming Genshin Impact, right? I try to stream Genshin less and less as time goes on. And so when I made that decision, right, I was like, okay, well, I missed a lot of things on my very first DLC playthrough. I'm going to go through the DLC again, right? Obviously, I love this game. I want to keep playing this game. So if I'm going to play this game again, and I want to, I want to have video footage of me playing through, the DLC for the second time, or at least, at the very least, the important parts of it, right? The boss fights, right? I was like, instead of streaming on Twitch, let me just go ahead and do that on YouTube, where, there are not as many people who really like, they don't really care that much about me playing Elden Ring on YouTube, just because, I rarely ever upload like other videos, right? I'm not really a YouTuber in that sense. So it's like, I'm free to do whatever the hell I want to do with my YouTube, And I was like, well, if I can stream on YouTube, one, it like, okay, there's a couple of benefits. Number one, at least whoever my like followers or subscribers are on YouTube, they can get some content out of my channel, right? They can get something, which is some Elden Ring content. And then number two, it also allows me to sort of like quote unquote record all of this gameplay footage without having to store the video onto my like PC's hard drive or my SSD, right? It doesn't take up gigabytes of space on my computer to record this stuff, because I'm literally just doing a live stream. The live stream saves everything, and it just keeps it on my YouTube channel, and that's it. And I don't have to do anything fancy with it. So yeah, that's primarily one of the reasons. And then yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking that this is something that I'm still pondering. I'm still processing it, still, wondering if it is a valid idea. But I'm thinking that maybe in 2025, I increase the amount of YouTube live streams or the amount of YouTube videos that I do, just because, new year, it's I guess like a time for improvement, a time for growth and whatever. So it's like, yeah, if I can do something different that I was not really able to do a lot of in 2024, why not? You know? So yeah. But I'm glad that you've been okay. Glad that you've been well. I hope you continue to be well. New Gamba game time. Gamba game time? You mean with Elden Ring? I actually don't even know. I do suppose there is likely a method to set up a poll for, like, will I die against this boss, or how many times will I die, or whatever. But I think, Stellar, you're very likely aware of this, right? This is something that I think is very common sense. obviously when you have gambas, right, you cut like there's two aspects to it, right? Aspect number one is that ideally when you have a gamba, you want to have some sort of like, a result. You want to have some sort of like a consequence or some sort of a reward, right, from the gamba. But also, on top of that, you need to have multiple people to participate in the gamba, right? It can't just be like one person or two people, right? Two people, one person, it's kind of meh. It's kind of not really that exciting or interesting, you know? Um, so there's that. But, I mean, the idea is a very great idea. Like, if I had, I don't know, let's say 5 or 10 people watching me, on YouTube live streams, I'd be down to do Gamba. Sure, why not? I don't know if it would be that fascinating, but I'm more than happy to. Um, but yeah, yeah, yeah. Need more skeletons in the closet. True, true. +1 sneak. +1 sneak indeed. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, man. Okay. So, feel free to, if you want to, Stellar, you can type as many comments and ask as many questions or whatever that you want to. I will respond to each one of them. But I'm gonna take a look here and see what we potentially might need for this boss fight that we're about to get into. Let me see. These are all like healing ones. No. I don't know if this is holy damage. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like that one. This one requires way too much faith. 58 faith to do. Holy moly. Yeah, you have to be like a faith main in this game, in order to utilize these. Discus of Light is actually not bad. Same thing with multi-layered Ring of Light as well. P is for parasocial, not platonic. That's good to know. That is very good to know. I think like, the only sort of like lingo that I've ever seen when it comes to like typing out things, through text, right, through messages. I think the only thing that I've ever been familiar with is when people say like \s, that means sarcasm. That means sarcastic, right? And it's a little bit embarrassing to admit it, but I think I learned about \s. I learned it like when I was probably, I don't know, I was probably like 20 years old or older than 20 years old or something. Like I learned it very late in life. I was kind of sort of like a boomer when I figured it out, when I discovered what \s means, what it meant. I was like, holy moly, I feel so old right now. Um, and it's very interesting because, like, the whole concept of \s, I think it existed for a very long time, even before I was born. Like, it was a thing that, like, basically, I think my parents' generation would utilize, and they would, have that sort of, um, lingo, right? But then like I grew up and I never ever once used \s or anything, right? Um, and then I discovered it and I was like, oh my god, why do I feel so incompetent? That I'm not able to understand this sort of like lingo, right? Very, very interesting. I actually don't. Radagon's Rings of Light. I don't know if this is a good spell or not. This one's very interesting. That's pretty normal. Not everyone is chronically online. True, true, very, very true indeed. Yeah. So these are all lightning attacks. I suppose these two might not be terrible. These ones I don't think are holy damage. Yeah. Pest Threads is not holy damage. Okay, let me take a look at weapons. Let me see here. Because to be honest, I don't really utilize yeah, I don't really utilize holy damage weapons. Hmm. Let me see here. This does deal holy damage. Okay. I suppose it's worth checking it out and seeing if it's effective. But I don't think I have it upgraded, do I? I probably need to upgrade it in order to get any use out of it. Alright, let me see here. We're basically just going to, I think, scroll through each weapon until we find ones that deal some good damage, right? I actually have never tried the Blade of Calling. Wait, the Black Knife deals holy damage. Ooh. Yo, okay. Wait a second. Do I have a black knife in my inventory? I don't think I do. Wait a second, chat. This could be huge. Okay. We can take a look at the Blade of Calling as well. Sacred Blade. What is Sacred... Should I check this out? I don't know. Use Hyper Bloom. So we're going for a Faith build. Not necessarily Stellar. Basically, so Stellar, have you played through the DLC, or are you familiar at all with the DLC? Heck, I don't even know if you play Elden Ring for that matter. Maybe you like have no knowledge about this DLC, about this game. Let me see here. Coated Sword, Unblockable Blade. We can try something like that. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. So I can try to explain this in a manner that is hopefully not confusing and hopefully, you know, it is understandable for people who don't play Elden Ring and don't really have the experience, right? There is a boss that we are going to be fighting, and this particular boss, basically it is weak, I think. Weak to holy damage, right? And so, you know, essentially, we want to try to find different, like, attacks or different, you know, weapons that are viable against this particular boss. Um, the build that I have on my character is not specifically like prioritizing faith, but you know, for the purposes of this particular, you know, this particular boss fight, right? We do want to utilize faith and we do want to utilize holy attacks. I will say that I have leveled up my character to a very, substantial amount where even though I do not have a faith build, right, my faith stat is actually not that low. It's actually kind of like, if you were to look at the level of my faith, which is currently level 40, that is considered very like I would say it is considered medium level faith, kind of leaning towards the sort of like more impressive amount of faith, right? Because in Elden Ring, right, there are basically I think that there are three different moments where when you are leveling up your character, there are these things that are called like kind of I think the technical term for it is like a break point, right? And so what it basically means is that leveling up your character and you choose to level up a very specific stat, right? Let's take faith for example. When you level up faith from level, let's say 1 or let's say level 10 or whatever, all the way up to level 40, right? Every time that you level up faith, the performance of your character dealing damage that scales off of faith, it increases exponentially, and it's a very, beneficial upgrade for your character. Then from level 40 to level 60, you are still improving your character. You're still, gaining more damage and being able to, I guess, like, perform better in combat, right? But the amount of, like, I guess, the amount of improvement that you get per level, it slowly starts to kind of like decrease, right? So you get a little tiny bit of like, not really, but you get sort of like diminishing returns a little tiny bit, right? Then from level 60 to level 80, that is like, the next segment. That's the next section, right? And so you level up from level 60 to level 80. Once you hit level 80, you're like, okay, I'm good to go. I'm chilling. And basically, like level 80 is basically considered like the sort of maximum, right? And when you level from level 80 all the way up to level 99, 99 is the actual legitimate maximum level that you can get for a stat. From level 80 to level 99, that is when you see diminishing returns. Basically, the level up points that you put into whatever stat it is from level 80 to level 99, you are not getting as much value out of that. The sort of improvement, the performance increase or the performance buff that you would do, it is not as impressive, not as valuable and worthwhile, right? So like it would be better if you stop at level 80 and then you work on a different stat, right? It's not worth leveling past 80. Basically, I think that if you are someone who is like you are a completionist, you want to min-max your character as much as humanly possible, right? Then you can go all the way up to level 99. Like it does not matter, right? Because even though you are getting diminishing returns from level 80 to level 99, you're still improving. It's not like leveling up your character from 80 to 99 is doing nothing. That's not true, right? But it's just that the amount of improvement per level is very minuscule, very small, right? Um, I would say that if you are looking to create sort of like a perfect build, a perfect character, and you're like, I want to focus mainly on this one stat or these two stats, then getting them to level 99, it's worthwhile. If you have the, capability, if you have the chance, the opportunity to do so, go for it. But I think that if you're like if you're wanting to create a character that I guess I would describe as balanced, right? Someone who has really high stats, but then also has, benefits in other stats as well. You also you want to like spread out your leveling. You want to stop at 80 for the main stat and then focus on the other stats. Because, you know, I'll give you an example here. Let me pull up my character, right? So if we go to status, right? So we have attributes here you can see on the left side. It says vigor, mind, endurance, strength, dexterity, intelligence, faith, arcane, right? I could, if I wanted to, I could take dexterity from level 80 to level 99 if I really wanted to. That would increase my damage. But what would happen is that I would be sacrificing my leveling in other areas such as vigor, mind, and endurance. And especially if you look at this game, right? Vigor and endurance, these two stats are your survivability, right? These two stats are like, okay, when you level up these stats, you are increasing your chances of basically living and being able to defeat bosses better without getting yourself killed early on, you know, because vigor equals your HP and then endurance equals your stamina, right? So increasing those is very valuable. It is worthwhile. You know, you don't want to neglect it, right? So yeah. Let's see. What's your opinion on the saturation in the gacha game genre? Ooh. Stellar, that's a great question. You know what? That is a fantastic question. Okay. Here is my opinion, right? Now, Stellar, I'm sure that you have seen enough of my live streams and enough of my videos to kind of know a little bit about me. So, you know, I'm gonna say this with the assumption in mind that, you know, none of this information is going to be surprising to you, and you're not gonna be shocked or you know, just like outraged by what you hear. But so here's the thing, right? I remember when Genshin, right? Genshin was like my main game. I played Genshin almost since the first day it came out. I think I started like 1 month after everybody else started, right? I've been playing Genshin for a very, very long time. And, you know, I remember the kind of time earlier this year, actually. I swear it was 2023, but it was this year when Wuthering Waves released as a video game, right? I remember when Wuthering Waves was first announced. I spoke with my friends IRL, and they were like, "Hey, are you gonna check out this Wuthering Waves game?" And I spoke with my friends, and I was like, honestly, I have no interest in it. It does not really look to be that, you know, appealing to me, and I don't really find it to be very entertaining, right? From what I saw. Um, I eventually gave in because basically the way I saw it was that I did not want to have an opinion on a video game, and I did not want to say anything like overly positive or overly negative about the game if I had never played it before, right? So I was like, okay, let me try out Wuthering Waves. And I tried it out and I played it, and you know, I basically thought to myself, okay, is this a good game or is it not a good game, right? Um, so, you know, I got into Wuthering Waves, and I was, I guess, pleasantly surprised that it was not terrible. And so I stuck through with it, and I still play Wuthering Waves to this day. Although I do feel like, unfortunately, with the way that Wuthering Waves is as a game, right? The amount of content available and whatnot, the way that it operates, it kind of feels right now like it's very lackluster. Like there's really nothing happening in the game. Um, so, you know, I got to a point where I was like, okay, Genshin and Wuthering Waves, these are now my two kind of like main gacha games. I guess if you're talking about like big, major, you know, significant gacha games that exist out there. There is one other gacha game that I play, actually. I would say I play this game more than, like, okay, never mind. Let me backtrack a little bit. I would say that I care about this gacha game more than I care about Wuthering Waves, and pretty soon I think I'm going to care more about this gacha game compared to Genshin Impact, which is Goddess of Victory Nikke. I fucking love Nikke. It is such a good game, and legitimately it has really good content, and like all of the major massive flaws that Genshin and Wuthering Waves has, Nikke has none of those flaws, right? It has its own problems, but it is far from being as bad as these like major gacha games, right? I I am looking at all of these brand new gacha games that are coming out, right? Like we have what do we have? We have the Girls Frontline 2. We have Project Mugen, which I think was renamed to Project Ananta or something like that. We have what else do we have? Um, Azure Promelia. We have Arknight's Enfield, right? Um, there's all these various different gacha games that are releasing within either like by the end of this year or beginning of next year, right? Very very soon. And you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. So there's basically two thoughts that I have. Okay, number one, I think that as time has gone on, as I've continued to play Genshin and Wuthering Waves over a long period of time, very, very slowly but surely, I have sort of become detached from gacha games. I no longer have the same sort of like investment, the same sort of excitement about gacha games that I used to in the past, right? Number two is with regards specifically to these brand new gacha games, right? I think that so far there is probably one, maybe possibly two of those gacha games that are brand new that are coming out that I have a very medium amount of interest in checking out, right? But I think that one thing which I personally I feel like I am grateful for this, and I feel like, man, this is a good thing. This is something I'm actually happy about, is that a lot of these gacha games, in my personal opinion, they they might look good visually, but the gameplay that is offered in these games is so incredibly, insanely garbage that I have no interest whatsoever. I do not care about those gacha games, right? Um, like I will give you a very, very easy, simple example. Girls Frontline 2. I think it is publicly available right now. Maybe it's still in beta or whatever. I have no idea. Maybe it's in early access or some other crap. Um, Girls Frontline 2 is a game that I've seen like Fobmaster play Girls Frontline 2 a lot, right? And let me tell you something. The game, the graphics and everything, it looks great. It looks fantastic and incredible, right? However, the style of gameplay that it has, dude, I watch that gameplay and I think to myself, this is some of the most boring crap that I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, literally, your character is basically a tiny little chibi model that moves around a map, and you, like, go into certain positions on the map, and then you fire your attacks to take out enemy, like, military guys that are hiding behind these barriers and these, like, fortifications and whatever, right? And I'm just like, how is this fun? How is this enjoyable? Like, how do people play this and be like, oh my god, right now, as I am playing this game, I am extremely, like, fulfilled in terms of my happiness experiencing this gameplay. Like, it's just the type of gameplay that is offered. I feel like I will, yeah, I feel like I will fall asleep playing these games. it just looks so boring and so bland and so just like not at all worth playing and spending time on, you know? And so, with this opinion being said, with the fact that I think a lot of the gameplay in these games looks so incredibly boring, you know, I think that I am quite happy because that means that I am not going to be tempted to play these games. I'm not going to be tempted to try out these games, right? And considering that, like, you look at Genshin Impact, you look at Wuthering Waves, specifically Genshin, the amount of storage space that freaking Genshin Impact takes, it's like over 100 GB, I think, now on my PC. I am so glad that I do not play all these other gacha games. So glad, right? Um, yeah, it's crazy. I think, man, gacha games, I would say, as a genre, gacha games, in my opinion, have gone downhill. They have decreased in quality, right? I think that, you know, Genshin, Wuthering Waves, um, probably like, you know, Project Ananta or Mugen or whatever the hell it's called. Um, you know, all of these games, like, they are they are decently okay, but then the more gacha games that come out as time goes on, I feel like the quality just gets worse and worse and worse. And it's like, it's so bad. Like, I I can talk about several different gacha games here, right? So let me name a few. If you don't know about these gacha games, you can feel free to Google them and see for yourself. But there's like Brown Dust 2. There's what's it called? I'm blanking right now. There's like you look at Azure Lane, right? You look at Blue Archive. I think even Arknights also kind of suffers from this as well. There's Snowbreak, right? Snowbreak is another game. Like, a lot of these gacha games, the way that I see them is what they do is they basically they design the characters in the game to be extremely visually appealing, right? Like, you see these characters in the game, you're like, oh my god, this waifu, she looks so pretty, she looks so hot, I love her. And you see like the sort of, I guess, like the animations, right? Whether it's 2D, whether it's 2.5D or 3D or whatever, right? You see the way that they visually present these characters in a very appealing, very marketable way. And then you have these players that join and they play the game because these characters look so good, but then you encounter the gameplay and the gameplay is so incredibly insanely boring and just lame and pathetic, right? And it's just like, man, why are we at a point with gacha games where we are basically kind of quote unquote forced to lure players in and trick them, lie to them, and be like, hey, check out these super attractive male or female characters that exist, and come and play our game. And then you trick these players, you lie to them, and once you open the curtain, you reveal to them what's behind the curtain with like really really garbage and pathetic and just boring gameplay. It's like, why is that the new state of gacha games in 2024 going into 2025, right? I feel like it's so incredibly disappointing. It's so sad. You know, I think that, yeah, I don't know. One thing that has crossed my mind where I'm like, maybe this is a potential reason, right? I think that, there is a possibility where these like video game companies, right, the ones who are making these gacha games, they they likely want to make a gacha game that is as popular and successful as Genshin Impact, right? But the thing is that they do not want to risk it, and they do not want to try and copy what Genshin has kind of done, because they are afraid that if they try to copy Genshin, they will fail, and that people, players in the community will basically insult them and will roast them and will just like basically talk a lot of trash, talk a lot of shit about the game because it is quote unquote a Genshin clone. And so in order to avoid becoming labeled as a Genshin clone, they have to think of some other supposedly, hypothetically, interesting gameplay. And unfortunately, they have not been able to figure it out. They have not been able to find good gameplay to, entice the players in with, right? Um, yeah, it is extremely sad, and I am very very disappointed in the way that things are going, right? Um, in case you are curious at all, in case you're wondering like, oh well, are there any gacha games that you are interested in looking at further, right? Um, the answer to that question is I think that there's probably two of them that I'm like, maybe I'll check it out. Maybe I'll look into it and maybe I'll see whether these games have any value at all. Um, those two games specifically are, I think, one of them is Azure Promelia, right? And then the other one is uh, Arknight's Enfield. Maybe I'll take a look at those two games and see whether I like anything about them. But the thing is that I think nowadays, right now that I've experienced, Genshin and Wuthering Waves, and I play Nikke and whatnot, right? Um, and the fact that I've kind of gotten burnt out playing those games, right? I think that now I'm a lot more skeptical. I'm a lot more careful with gacha games, and so I am protecting myself. I am more basically aware of what these gacha games actually are, and you know, when I approach these brand new gacha games, like let's say for example, Arknight's Enfield, right, is a game that's going to be coming out in the future. When I approach Arknight's Enfield or any other new gacha game, I'm going to go in basically with this mindset of, you know, do not get too attached to the game. And basically, I will remind myself mentally that, like, you know, I do not have to commit to this game. I can walk away at any time. I can give up on it. I do not have to, you know, basically just give my valuable time and my energy into grinding this game if it is something that, if there's something about the game that really catches my attention where it's like, let's say that I try out the game and there's something about the game that really bothers me that is like, I do not like this particular mechanic. I do not like the way that something functions in the game. I can step away from it and I can walk away and I can never return to it without feeling any sort of regret, without feeling any sort of FOMO. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, yeah. That's basically what I feel like. Um, and last but not least, right? As a final comment on the question that you brought up, right? This is not directly related to what you said. This is not really like a direct answer or anything, but I think it is slightly connected, slightly related to this topic, right? The last thing that I will say is, I have seen a lot of talk. I have seen a lot of discussion, where like basically different, I guess different quote unquote content creators, different like YouTubers or Twitch streamers or whatever, who are not really as big or as like famous or popular as Ziox or Fobmaster or whatever. I've seen like essentially people talking about how there's like this drama happening between these like kind of a little bit smaller content creators when it comes to like basically certain smaller content creators are talking about, oh, Genshin is better than this and Wuthering Waves is better than that and ZZZ is better than this and Honkai Star Rail is the best out of all or whatever, right? Like I've seen discussion about how different smaller content creators are arguing and debating and just like essentially fighting like they're children, um, I look at all of that and I just simply think, wow, that is incredibly pathetic and incredibly immature. And that's incredibly stupid. If you're out there online arguing with other strangers about how one game is better than the other and you're, trying to, I guess, supposedly persuade the other person that they're wrong or that they should change their opinion, you are a complete 100% moron because that is not something you should be spending your time on. That's not something you should be wasting your energy on, right? Your job is not to try and persuade someone else to believe whatever brainwashed opinion that you have. You should be just enjoying whatever game that you want to enjoy, and just shut the hell up. Don't try and fight with anyone about it. Enjoy the game that you enjoy. Let other people enjoy what they want to enjoy, right? Um, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, it's really funny. I hear about all these different like content creators and whatever. They're just bickering with each other, having these arguments, having these debates and whatnot. And I'm just sitting here thinking like, dude, honestly, the way that gacha games have been going, listen, there is no such thing as one gacha game being better than the other. All of them are getting to a point where all of them are dog shit. And equally, all of them have their own flaws, all of them have their own issues that need to be resolved, right? So don't even bother with trying to argue that one gacha game is superior to the other because they all equally fucking suck with one another. So, yeah. 99% sure gacha drama streamers are engagement farming and baiting. Yeah, yeah. 100% true. 100% true. Yeah, they just all look like absolute clowns. It's sad. I mean, it like for me, it's pure entertainment. I get to sit back, I get to eat some popcorn and just watch the fire, consume everyone. But like, it is also kind of pathetic, where like I think that some of these like smaller gotcha streamers that like to argue and like to fight, you know, they kind of have this sort of mentality where they're like, "Oh my god, I am, I am the protagonist of this world. I am the one who matters, and therefore it is my job to fight and represent for this particular video game, and I have to defeat all of the people who oppose this opinion and this perspective." And they they have brainwashed themselves into actually legitimately believing that what they are saying is truthful, even though it's not. And they brainwash themselves into being like, okay, I have to stand my ground and I have to fight for this opinion and I have to argue against other people online. And it's just like, dude, you are not him. You know what I mean? Like, you are not the main character. You are not the hero of this story, right? And it's just it's so, man, I just feel pity for those people. Main character syndrome, exactly. 100%. Let's see. The overworld in Wuthering Waves feels really dead. I'm telling you, Stellar, man, I like I love Wuthering Waves. I think it's a great game, but I'm gonna tell you something. So recently, I don't know if you've logged into the game and checked it, but recently there was a post there was like a mail sent through the game from the developers, and they were like, hey, please fill out this survey about the game, right? So they were like, similar to Genshin, they were like, hey, we'd like your feedback, please fill out this survey. So I filled out the survey, and one thing that I wrote in that survey, okay? I'm gonna talk about this, I'm gonna explain it. So the way that I play Wuthering Waves, I am very particular, very specific about the characters that I pull for and the characters that I use, the characters that I build, right? As of right now, okay, I basically have, I would say I have 3 main DPS characters, right? I have Camellia, I have Havoc Rover, and I have Chun-Li. That's it. Just those 3, right? Those are my 3 main damage dealers, and I love them a lot, okay? The big problem is that basically, one of the pieces of endgame in Wuthering Waves is Tower of Adversity, which is the equivalent of Spiral Abyss. I think that what Wuthering Waves has done with Tower of Adversity is ridiculously fucking stupid. I do not like Tower of Adversity, very similarly to how I do not like Spiral Abyss in Genshin, right? There's a reason why in Genshin I never, like, I literally never play floor 12 of Spiral Abyss. You know why? Because it is frustrating and painful and annoying, and I don't like to feel those ways when I play these games. I want to enjoy the game, I want to have fun, I want to have a very positive experience, right? So I avoid playing floor 12 in Genshin, and I do not care about it. I do not care about the rewards that are offered, right? Fuck the rewards. Floor 12 is not worth playing if it means that it affects my mental sanity, right? Um, Similar to that, in Wuthering Waves, we have Tower of Adversity. Here's the thing. During the last cycle of Tower of Adversity, right? The previous cycle that happened before it reset, I was very lucky. I was able to earn 24 out of the 30 available stars in Tower of Adversity, right? I got 24 out of 30, and that was the most I've ever gotten. I've never gotten higher than 24. During this current cycle, right now, in Wuthering Waves, this current Tower of Adversity, I have been able to get only 21 out of 30 instead of 24. And the reason why is because so if you don't know about this, on when you click on Tower of Adversity, there's 3 different sections. There's the left, the middle, and the right, and the middle one is the hardest, right? On the right side of the Tower of Adversity, the final boss fight that is on the hardest difficulty level, which I think is like level 90 or level 100 or whatever, the last final boss is Crownless, right? As you know, Crownless is a Havoc enemy, and therefore, Crownless has a good substantial amount of Havoc damage mitigation, right? Basically resistance to Havoc damage. So, my Camellia and my Havoc Rover, not really able to do anything at all. And then my wonderful, beautiful, lovely Chun-Li is, she's wonderful. I love my Chun-Li a lot. But here's the thing. Crownless is a character where basically Crownless focuses a lot on perfect parrying and counterattacking. And this motherfucker will do a lot of attacks that you basically have to either dodge or you have to perfect parry, right? The problem is that Chun-Li as a character, she does not really operate that well when you are required to constantly perfect parry attacks, right? The timing of Chun-Li's moves, her different various attacks that she does, it's not built for perfect parrying. It's basically built for Oonga Boonga, go in, smash the enemy, delete them as fast as you possibly can. And if you basically avoid dodging attacks and you avoid perfect parrying, you will end up getting hit with your Chong-Li, and she will die very quickly, right? So, yeah. Basically, fighting Crownless using Chong-Li is very painful. And I love my Chong-Li to death. I think she's incredible, and I have nothing bad to say about my Chong-Li. I just fucking hate the way that Crownless plays, right? Chong-Li is my only option. I have no other DPS that is not Havoc damage that I can use against Crownless. So I'm not able to get 24 stars. And so when the developers of Wuthering Waves put out that survey where they were like, hey guys, please fill this out, I wrote to them in that survey. I was like, this is dog shit. Stop doing this. Change it. Fix your goddamn Tower of Adversity. And in fact, Stellar, I don't know if you're familiar with who this person is, but there's a guy. He's a content creator. I believe he does stream on Twitch, if I'm not mistaken, but he also does make a lot of, I think, content for YouTube. His username is Rexlent. 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 He is, I think, one of the top most well-known content creators when it comes to Wuthering Waves, I think specifically. And also maybe other games as well, other gacha games, right? Rexlent actually recently wrote a tweet. He posted a tweet online where his tweet said, Tower of Adversity as a piece of endgame in Wuthering Waves is fucking garbage. And I fully agree with what he said. 100% in agreement with that. I think it's absolute garbage, right? So I really, really hate that about Wuthering Waves. And if you take away Tower of Adversity, there is not really a lot of other stuff to do in Wuthering Waves. It feels like a very dead game. And, it just, yeah, I don't know. It does not feel satisfying when there's such a lackluster amount of other things to entertain you, to really enjoy, right? So yeah. I feel like right now, the current state of Wuthering Waves, it is quite bad, and I'm not happy with it. I'm hoping that version 2.0 will, sort of revive the game and bring it back. But I think one of the things that I am quite happy about with Wuthering Waves is that as of right now, I feel as if I could, if I wanted to, I could step away from the game and I could take a break, and I possibly I could even quit playing Wuthering Waves entirely, and I can walk away from the game and I won't really feel any sort of regret. I won't really feel any sort of sadness from abandoning this game. But yeah, we'll see. Let me see. You had one other comment that you said. Let me take a look here. You don't even feel anything when you get a 5-star? Oh, like in Genshin or in other gacha games? Quit all gacha games for the past 2 months. Yeah, I mean, I understand that feeling. And I think that feeling is very, very, very valid. I think that's very, relatable, right? Very realistic. I would say that for me, when I get a 5-star, I am excited. I am happy. I am, very, very like, I guess, what's the word? I guess I feel as if, like, my time grinding the game has paid off. And I feel like, okay, I'm being rewarded for continuing to play the game, right? But here's what I will say. Let's talk about Genshin very specifically, right? Not Wuthering Waves, not any of these other games. Genshin specifically. I love Genshin. I've been playing this game for, how long has it been? 4 years, 3 years, whatever, right? I love Genshin. It has a lot of flaws, has a lot of problems in the game, right? One of the things that I feel like with Genshin right now, very similar to Wuthering Waves, is that right now, Genshin is sort of dead. I feel like there's barely any content, there's barely anything to do, there's barely anything interesting. And I think, so for me, if we take a look at my specific Genshin account. You probably don't know this because I have not really been I have not been streaming Genshin a whole lot on Twitch. I've done it, but not really a lot. And when I do stream Genshin, I don't really talk about this. I don't really bring it up. But if you were to follow my prior Twitch live streams, you will know that I actually have not pulled on a banner in Genshin. I think in the last month, last 2 months, last 3 months. It's been forever. I think let me try to remember. Who was the last character that I pulled? Shit. I think the last character that I pulled in Genshin. You know what? I'm gonna pull up the banner history. Let's go to. Hold on. I'm pulling up the freaking Genshin Impact Wikipedia page here. Okay, let's go to where's the Wish history? Is this the page? History. Oh, come on, website. Is my internet dying or something? Why is this website taking 30 years to load? Holy moly. All right, let me see here. I have not pulled. Let's see. The last character that I pulled for in Genshin is okay. So I remember that I actually pulled like the last banner that I technically pulled for was I pulled for I think it was yeah, C2 Raiden Shogun. C2 Raiden Shogun. And then before Raiden Shogun, the last character that I pulled was oh my god. Yeah, the last character before C2 Raiden Shogun was Clorind. All right, I'm now going to close that page because I don't need it anymore. There we go. So Clorind and then C2 Raiden Shogun. That means that ever since Natlan released as a region, I have not pulled a single Natlan 5-star character. And you know why? Because I don't like any of them, right? Let's talk about Mualani, because I think Mualani was the first 5-star, okay? Mualani. I love her character. She is absolutely beautiful and incredible, but she is an exploration character. She is not a combat character. I do not like using her in combat. Exploration, perfect. Combat, no. So I skipped Mualani, okay? Next, I think it was Kinich. I think Kinich was the next Natlan character, okay? So I did not pull for Kinich. Reason being? Well, simply, Kinich is a Dendro version of Xiao. I don't fucking like Xiao. And I don't really need Kinich. You know, I don't need another Dendro character on my team, right? I personally think that in terms of like character design, I find Kinich to be I find him to be very boring and bland and just like I don't like his personality. I don't really care about his looks. You know, I don't really care about his combat capabilities, all that stuff, right? So I skip Kinich. Um, who else did we have? So we had Mualani, we had Kinich. Um, I feel like I'm missing someone, but the next one that I remember that we had was Silonen, right? Yeah, Silonen. I feel like I'm pronouncing her name wrong, but Silonen. That's what I'm gonna go with, right? Silonen, whatever. Silonen. Um, so we had Silonen, right? I think that Silonen is a very, very good character in terms of her combat capabilities. The reason why I did not pull for her is because she's a fucking Geo character. And listen, the one thing I hate when it comes to Genshin characters is Geo. I fucking hate Geo. I think Geo is the worst element ever, and I hate playing it. The only Geo character that I actively play in this day and age is Zhongli. And you know why? Because he has a thick, fucking, incredibly hard, and very, very impressive shield, right? He is a daddy through and through, okay? I love Zhongli because of his support capabilities. He allows me to feel comfortable playing the game and really, really enjoy the combat without worrying about constantly dodging and evading and whatever, right? So, Zhongli, love him to death, right? I really, really enjoy him. Silonan, if she were any other element, it could have been a Nemo, it could have been Cryo, it could have been Pyro, it could have been Dendro, it could have been Hydro. If she was any other element, I would have 100% pulled for Silonan. But the fact that she was Geo stopped me from doing that, right? So, there's Silonan, right? After Silonan, I actually don't think that we have gotten any other new Notlan characters. We've only gotten like rerun characters, right? And all of these rerun characters that we've gotten, I already have them. Or if I don't have them, I do not want them. I did not want them, right? So essentially, I am only waiting for the arrival of Mavuika. I'm only waiting for the arrival of the Pyro Archon because I know that she is going to be good. What that means is that this entire time, right, where I've only pulled for C2 Raiden and Clorind, there's been nothing offered to me in the game. There's been no content for me to enjoy, right? Yeah. So far, Genshin, to me, it feels very, very lackluster and very incredibly boring. It feels like every single patch, starting from like, yeah, basically version 5.0, has been filler. It just feels like, wow, we are getting nothing after nothing after nothing until the Pyro Archon comes out. And yeah, man, it's not good. Because of the fact that I have been not really pulling that much for new characters, I just feel kind of empty whenever I boot up Genshin Impact and I play it. You know, I just don't really feel that excited, that motivated, you know? Yeah. Let's see. The only reason you're pulling for Mavuika is because Oppa Xiangling power creep. So, what I will say to that is I actually do not... I am not someone who is doing it for the same reason as that. You know what I mean? Like, there are people out there who are like, oh my god, she's gonna power creep Xiangling. She's so worth pulling for that. I personally, like, that's great, but I personally don't really give a rat's ass about that. Basically, I am pulling Mavuika simply just because she is a hot, very, very, you know, appealing, attractive mommy character. That's literally the main only reason. And, you know, to kind of like expand upon that a little bit, right? When I pull for characters, normally I have a very, very specific like I have very specific rules that I live by, where it's like there are certain types of characters I do not pull for because I don't like certain things about it, right? To give you an example, I'm sure that you've heard this from me before in the past, maybe many times. I don't really pull for characters that use a bow. I think that bow characters are trash in the game. I don't like them. I do not enjoy bow gameplay, right? On top of bow gameplay, Claymore characters. I fucking hate Claymore characters. I think that they are so just boring to use. And you know, when it comes to combat, I prefer weapons that are smaller and faster. I prefer agility. I prefer mobility and, you know, basically nimbleness, right? To be able to move around quickly and dodge and evade and you know, deal damage very like in a very sneaky manner, right? I don't like this idea of taking a big fat giant ugly sword, swinging it around like a absolutely deranged caveman and just like smacking things with a giant heavy sword. It doesn't feel satisfying to me, you know? So I have rules where I basically just do not like to break these rules. I like to follow these rules, you know? However, when I'm looking at a character like Mavuika, right? Because I really like her vibe and also the fact that she is a Pyro Archon, which means she is a very powerful character, I am willing to bend those rules. I'm willing to be like, okay, if Mavuika ends up being a Claymore character, which could be possible, could very well be likely, I will begrudgingly pull for her. And I will begrudgingly use her on a team, hoping and praying that I do not have to have her on the field swinging like a maniac, doing normal attacks, right? Um, but yeah, so, you know, I think that obviously when you talk about meta, when you talk about combat meta in a game, I think it's valuable. I think it's important to take note of and be aware of. But, you know, it's not something that I live my life by and that I only pull for characters if they are meta. You know what I mean? But I can understand why a lot of people out there would feel like, oh, she is the brand new Xiangling 2.0. I have to pull for her. You know, that's very fair. We got Chaska in 5.2. Oh my god. I completely forgot about her. Listen, Chaska, I think Chaska's very similar to Mualani. Great exploration character. Don't really need her in combat. She's okay in combat. She's not bad. She's much better than Mualani in terms of combat. But like, I already have Anemo characters. I have the number one best Anemo character in the entire game, that being Kazuha, and I also have Sucrose, right? And I also have, you know, Jean. I have other Anemo characters. So it's like I don't need her, right? She's not a requirement for my account. She's a luxury character, right? Um so yeah, I skipped Chaska just because one, bow character, and two, not a necessity, right? If I want to, maybe in the future I can pull her on a rerun or some crap, but it's not a high priority for me. Not at all. Not even close. She's so forgettable that I forgot about her. Yeah, I did forget about her. Claymores are really slow. They are. They are indeed. Let me see here. The middle one in the tower sucks so bad. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the middle tower and Wuthering Waves. I'm not even going to... I think I would go into a rant. I would go into like a monologue that would last like 5 hours on how much I fucking hate Tower of Adversity and Wuthering Waves. It's so trash. Let me see here. Gacha games hog up so much storage space. Yes, yes they do. Absolutely. Um, Thoughts on the Game Awards this year? Ooh, okay. So that's actually a fantastic question, right, Stellar? Um, I'm going to I'm going to answer this question, but I'm not going to give you like a full answer, and the reason why is because the full answer would probably take me like 30 hours to talk about. I mean, I'm exaggerating, of course, but I feel like I would go on and on and on, and so I want to try and give you a very condensed version of it, right? So, Game Awards 2024, okay? First of all, I actually went through and I looked at every single upcoming brand new game announcement that was made during the Game Awards 2024. I did that on Twitch, and so if you're interested in doing so, you can check out the VOD for it. Feel free to, you know, if you want to. You don't have to, but I will be actually taking that VOD and I will be, first of all, I'm gonna edit the VOD a little bit. I'm gonna tweak it a little bit, and then I'm gonna upload it to YouTube. So there's that. right? TLDR for that, there's a couple of games that I saw that I kind of like, and I'm like, hey, those games look pretty interesting, look pretty fun. I might check those games out, and I might buy those games, I might play those games, right? Um, a lot of other games that were announced during the Game Awards, I have no interest in. I have no attachment to. I could not give less of a rat's ass about. But there were some that were okay, right? Now, um, giving you the very simplified, very condensed version about the Game Awards, right? Let me take a sip of some water before I start going in, right? That's good. That's refreshing. All right. So, this is what I think about the Game Awards. Okay. Number one, Astrobot, in my opinion, does not deserve Game of the Year. I don't think it's worthy. I don't think that it is. It is a game that deserves that title, that deserves that win. Is it a good game? Sure. Is it Game of the Year? No. No, it's not. Okay. Number two. Okay. There's this entire topic about the Elden Ring DLC, being involved in the nominations and whatever. This is my stance. Okay. Number one, Elden Ring DLC does not deserve Game of the Year. It does not. That is very 100% factually truthful. It does not deserve Game of the Year. Okay. However, that being said, I think that the absolute morons, the idiots who run the Game Awards, they should have created a category that is called DLC of the Year. And Elden Ring DLC would have been nominated, undoubtedly, of course, because why would it not be? And I think it should have won. I think it should have won DLC of the Year. Okay? That is my opinion on the DLC. Next, what I will say, it's kind of separate from the Game Awards, right? I think that the big problem with the Elden Ring DLC, the reason why there's this whole controversy around it when it comes to the Game Awards, is that From Software released the DLC as a DLC. They could have, if they wanted to, they could have released it as Elden Ring 1.5 or Elden Ring 2 or whatever, right? They could have released it as a whole separate video game because that is how much insane content that the DLC includes. It is basically its own separate video game on top of Elden Ring, right? So From Software could have made a different decision with the DLC and could have made things a little bit easier to, manage with the Game Awards, right? But that is separate. That is a different story, a completely different topic. Next, long story short, okay, there is an award, right, that it's a category of the Game Awards 2024, which is called the Player's Choice Award, where basically the players get to vote on what they believe is the best game of 2024. And, in case you are not aware, I think you are very aware of this because anybody who knows anything about video games, like, this is very common sense information, right? And you can go online and you can confirm this, you can look it up. The way that the Game Awards works is that when it comes to the Game Awards, when it comes to voting for which games should be chosen for each category, the way that the vote is split up is that 90% of the vote is from basically these game journalists, right? These people that supposedly their job is to go and review video games online, right? That is what their entire job is meant to be. And so these like game journalists and these other, in my opinion, these other idiots who claim to know stuff about video games but clearly do not, they are 90% of the vote. And then 10% of the vote is actually the fans, the players themselves, right? Us, right? So what that basically means is that the Game of the Year 2024 award that was given to Astrobot in this case, it was not given to Astrobot by the players, by the fans. It was given by these game journalists, these idiots who claim to be very knowledgeable and very, experienced with video games, right? So it's not a fair award that takes everybody's vote into account. It mainly concerns all of these game journalists, these companies, these businesses that involve themselves in video games, right? So, you know, long story short, I think that the Game Awards, like the trophy, the achievement, I think it's a fucking scam. I think it is not at all valid. I think it is basically just a worthless piece of trash. And the fact that it was given to Astrobot, I feel sorry for Astrobot because guess what? Astrobot did not actually win shit, right? So, the way that I feel is that the Player's Choice Award, which is given to the number one most popular video game of this year, according to fans, according to players, I think that is the real, actual, legitimate game of the year. And guess who won that? Black Myth Wukong. And guess what? I think it 150% deserved it. I think Wukong is undoubtedly, no hesitation, no competition whatsoever. I think Wukong is 2024 Game of the Year. I think it deserves it 150%. There's no argument against it, in my opinion, right? And I'm gonna basically take the words that another content creator spoke, and I'm gonna paraphrase it. I'm gonna use it as sort of like a little bit of like an argument, right? I'm gonna take this and be like, okay, this is my reasoning. This is an explanation, right? There's a very famous, very popular content creator on Twitch by the username of Pirate Software. He gets 10,000 viewers, 15,000 viewers, 20,000 viewers every single time he streams. Insanely amazing individual, right? The way that he phrased it is the exact way that I feel. It's a perfect summary, right? Pirate Software, and let me preface this by saying that Pirate Software did not actually play Black Myth Wukong. He did not play the game, so he does not really have this like bias. He does not have this sort of like this I guess he does not have a sort of how would I describe this? I guess he does not have a reason to vote for Black Myth Wukong because of his own personal interest, because of his own, like very subjective, opinionated perspective, right? So basically, Pirate Software is looking at all of this as if he is like an outsider, as if he is like completely neutral. He's not picking sides. He's not really like fighting for one game over the other or whatever, right? He's just looking objectively as possible, unbiased. Basically, what Pirate Software said is that essentially Wukong deserves Game of the Year because of the fact that Wukong, as a video game, had the most value and the most impact on the gaming community when it released, when it came out, right? Because it was a game that was made by a Chinese dev company that featured a story, a video game set entirely in China and in like Chinese mythology, Chinese folklore and whatever, right? It was presented to a Western audience, and at the very beginning, people were skeptical. Some people, including some garbage trash game journalists, decided to shit on Wukong at the very beginning. But then when people actually gave it a chance and tried the game and played it, they realized, holy shit, this is a good game. This is really enjoyable. And so the value and the impact that Wukong had on the gaming community was very positive and very significant, right? Whereas you look at Astrobot, right? What the fuck did Astrobot do? Nothing. It literally just presented a video game that was kind of sort of similar to something like Super Mario Brothers, but obviously it's like built for children, young kids, right? And it's very like family friendly, right? That's all it was. It was just like a kid friendly, alternative version of a platformer game like Super Mario Brothers. That's it. It did not change the gaming community. It did not revolutionize anything. It did not, provide some sort of massive, major, global impact, right? That Wukong arguably did. So, yeah, I think that Wukong absolutely did deserve Game of the Year 2024, without a doubt. 100%. 100% without a doubt. Let me see here. What did I miss? You wanted the Primo Gems, though? I'm gonna be completely honest here. I need to find a way to word this. I need to find a way to basically phrase this in a manner that, makes sense. And also at the same time, I need to make sure that like what I'm going to say does not sound too harsh and does not get like, you know, misinterpreted, right? Or basically the way that I say it does not get taken out of context or ruined or anything like that, right? I think basically my thought process is that, you know, I play Genshin, right? I will never ever 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 say no to free Primo Gems. I love free Primo Gems, right? Fantastic, right? But I think that even though I love Genshin, I need to recognize when there are flaws with the game, and I need to recognize, okay, does it deserve an award? Does it deserve to win a category, right? And, you know, I think that I would have been fine if Genshin won an award. For example, the award for like the best ongoing video game or something like that. I don't even know what category it would go for. But I would have been fine if Genshin won an award. However, would it be a game that I personally vote for as a number one for a category? No. I think that it's a good game. I think that I love Genshin Impact, but I don't think that it is worth considering a best of something, right? Um, and yeah, I think that, like, basically what I will say, right? I know that, Stellar, what you said in the chat, your comment, I know that it was sarcasm. I know that it was a joke. I know that it was not meant to be taken seriously. But I think that there are people out there, for example, people that exist on Twitter, right, as a good example, those people who whine about like Genshin Impact not winning an award, or maybe they whine about Wuthering Waves not winning an award, or ZZZ, or Honkai Star Rail, and they whine and they're like, boo hoo hoo, it didn't win, I love this game and I wanted free, Primo Gems, or Ashtrites, or I wanted free Honkai currency, or free ZZZ currency, or whatever. Like, those people on Twitter or on social media that whine and bitch like babies, they are all negative IQ. They're all complete absolute morons, right? They honestly, I would say that they do not deserve to enjoy video games. They do not deserve to enjoy playing these, well-designed video games, because they just act like immature, annoying children that you want to punch in the face. And it annoys me because those people, because they are very loud whenever they talk about this stuff on social media, they give the entire community a bad reputation. They make us look bad. like the rest of the Genshin players are not worthy people of respect and being treated as human, right? And I fucking I hate those chron- chronically online social media morons who I don't know, they just all they do day after day is they complain and they whine and they bitch about how, oh, my favorite gacha game is the best gacha game out of all of them and it deserves all the rewards and I deserve to win, 50 bajillion primo gems just because my opinion is important. It's like, fuck those people. So glad you don't have Twitter. The loud minority always gives the community a bad rep. 100%. 100%. Yeah, no, it's so rough. Like I actually, I did this legitimately IRL, right? So I during this past year, I attended a convention, and I think it was like a very generic video game convention. It's called PAX West, right? So it's all about these various different video games, basically companies and indie developers. They come together and they showcase their games that they are creating or that they have published or whatever, right? I went to this video game convention and I was walking around, I was talking to some of these game developers and whatever. And I remember what I would have to do is like I would talk to them and they'd be like, "So, what kind of games do you play? What kind of games do you enjoy?" And I'd be like, I'm a Genshin Impact player." And I basically had to say that and then I had to follow up and I had to say, you know, unfortunately that is who I am. Like that is a community that I'm a part of, right? And I had to say it with like this sort of very pitiful, very like, pathetic negative connotation where it's like, yeah, I am a Genshin Impact player. Unfortunately, the community that I'm a part of has a bunch of complete monkeys, in the community and just clowns, right? And it just I was like, man, this sucks that I have to kind of like, basically explain myself in that manner to strangers who are outside of the Genshin community, right? Um, but yeah, I mean, thankfully, so when it comes to Twitter, right? I use Twitter, but I do not involve myself in any sort of drama, any sort of like bullshit that goes on Twitter. The only thing that I do on Twitter is I go on there, I see hot, handsome guys with rock hard abs, and I see sexy, incredibly, appealing and very, very like mommy anime women that are very well endowed, right? They're just oof, they've got some really nice bodies. And I see that artwork, I like it, I retweet it, and then I like log off the app. That's it. Right? I see anime husbandos, anime waifus. I like that shit. I retweet it, log off the app. That's all I really do. I don't read any sort of like posts or whatever that people write on that platform because it's a giant waste of time. Giant waste of time. Maybe you should download Twitter. Listen, dude. Let me I'm pulling up Twitter right now. Let me check here. Give me a second. Okay. On Twitter, I am following 5,437 people. And guess what? I think probably 5,400 of those people are artists. They all draw artwork. So my entire Twitter feed, like you can literally just go into my home page of Twitter, right? My front page, scroll it. It's literally just hot anime guys and fucking sexy anime girls. That's it. Like the entire thing. I like what I do with my Twitter profile is legitimately I do this, right? If there is like an artist that I follow, right? And they let's say that they are someone where, you know, they start posting on Twitter and they start like basically talking about some kind of, personal stuff that I don't really need to hear and I don't need to know about. Like I have no business with that stuff and I don't really care about it. I legitimately unfollow that artist, and then depending on how bad the content is, like if they start talking about stuff that, for example, involves some useless bullshit drama and gossip and crap that I don't care about, I will mute that artist and I will make sure that their tweets do not appear on my front page. And then yeah, like anyone who I am not already following, like if it's a brand new Twitter user that I've never seen before and I don't follow them, if they are not posting artwork, I mute them and or I block them on my Twitter and I never see their tweets ever again. So I have kind of fine-tuned my Twitter page to where it's like it is literally just basically artwork after artwork after artwork, and I don't see any drama. I don't see any whining. I don't see any bullshit tweets and crap that I don't want to see. And it's so nice because like, a lot of people when they talk about Twitter, they're like, oh man, Twitter fucking sucks. It's a garbage application. And it's like, yes, I agree with you. I think it's very, very garbage. However, if you know how to use it right, if you know how to engineer your Twitter profile, you can make it less garbage. You can make it to where you enjoy it, right? Because yeah, like I follow over 5,000 different artists, and then like what I can do is I can follow them on Twitter, and then they'll usually have like links to their other social media. Like they might have Blue Sky, or they might have Pixiv. Pixiv is a very popular, very big artwork community, right? So I can view their profile on those other social media. I don't have to stay on Twitter. So it's very, very nice. But yeah, it kind of took me a while to get to that point. Brick by brick ass feed, yeah, basically. It requires a lot of managing and just like, one by one fixing the feed. Cement by cement. Impressive. Yeah, no, like I fully 100% admit that, you know, if you don't want to go through that process of fine tuning your, Twitter feed or whatever, it's difficult, and you will have a hard time, enjoying your Twitter experience. But once you do go through that process and you're able to fine tune it, it's very enjoyable. It's very nice. I see like, yeah, anime men with rock hard abs, and I see anime women with big booba and sometimes big assa as well. And it's I open the Twitter app, I'm like, oof, that's some good endorphins. All right, I'm good to go. And I like the tweet, I retweet it, get the hell out of there, right? And it's clean. Twitter's algorithm pushes the most hateful, controversial stuff, basically rage bait farming. Yeah, no, yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it 100%. Um, yeah, it is crazy. I think so. I will say, this is one of the useful settings that you can, utilize on Twitter if you ever decide to, become more of a frequent visitor of Twitter. There's one really useful thing that you can do. In the settings of Twitter, you can basically make it to where there's a section in the settings called, like, I think it's called muted words or something like that. So you click on that, and then what you can do is you can mute words. But not only that, you can mute entire phrases. You can write like several words, and then you click enter, and it'll add it as a term that you block, that you mute. And so all of those words, all of those, phrases that you add, they never ever show up on your timeline ever. right? So, I'll give you a very simple, easy example. I do not really give a shit at all about sports. I think that sports is something I have no interest in whatsoever. So anytime that I open Twitter and there's like, discussion about basketball or football or soccer or whatever, I don't care. I don't want to read that stuff. I have no interest whatsoever. So if I go into my muted word section and I write, soccer, or I write football, or I write, let's say, NBA or NFL or whatever, right? Those tweets, they will never appear on my timeline. And it makes it really nice to filter things out. So honestly, what you could do is like, let's say, okay, let's say hypothetically, right? Here's a very good example, okay? Um, let's say that you go on Twitter and you see that there's a bunch of idiots complaining about Genshin Impact or about another, gotcha game, right? They might have, in their tweet that they write, they might have a hashtag where it says like hashtag um uh boycott Genshin or hashtag boycott ZZZ or whatever, right? You can block the word boycott. You can block the word boycott Genshin. You can block the word boycott, gotcha games or whatever, right? And that way, you can get rid of all those idiots that exist on Twitter where all they want to do is try to cancel somebody, right? That's really useful. That's very beneficial. But yeah, as I mentioned, fine tuning your Twitter feed, it's a work in progress. It is something that you may not be able to do it in one single day. I mean, unless you are very committed and you decide to spend the time on it. But I think it is certainly possible. It's not something where like, oh my god, this is gonna take me like 7 months to complete it or whatever. It's doable within a reasonable time frame. You just gotta make sure that you put in the effort to do it, right? Um, but yeah, 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 yeah. That's essentially what it boils down to. Um, but yeah, no, I mean, other than artwork, I stay away from everything else on Twitter. I could not care any less because, yeah, those people that just yap on Twitter about, oh, this game is bad, that game is bad, blah, 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 this sucks, that sucks. I'm like, listen, go out and fucking touch some grass once in a while. Stop being chronically online and acting like a complete, imbecile, like a neat, It's just, it's depressing, really depressing. But yeah. Anyways, that's. I think I hopefully answered all your questions. Um, I don't really know if there's anything else to talk about when it comes to the Game Awards, but what I will say. So the last thing that I'll talk about, right, Stellar? Since you brought up the Game Awards topic, I do want to very quickly mention this. Um, I don't know when it's going to happen. It might be maybe it's tomorrow, maybe it's the day after. Um, it might happen when I'm streaming on Twitch, or maybe it'll happen offline whenever I'm not streaming and I have some free time. I do actually want to make a video. I want to make a video that I upload to YouTube where I talk about every single Game Awards category and I talk about, okay, do I think that the winner of the category deserved it or do I not think that? I'm going to make an entire video talking about that stuff and I'm going to post it to my YouTube channel, but I don't know whether that's going to be soon. Maybe it's this week, maybe it's next week, maybe it's the week after. But I think ideally I want to do it before, before the end of this year, before December 31st. Um, New video tomorrow. So here, let me take a look at my. I'm gonna take a look at my YouTube like uh kind of uploads, right? Let me see here. Go to upload video. Um, so Stellar, I don't know if you've been paying attention to basically my YouTube uploads that I have on my channel, right? Um, basically, what I've been doing is I have been like uploading my Twitch VODs of my Elden Ring playthrough. Um, and essentially what I've been doing is every other day I upload another Twitch VOD, right? So, let me take a look here. The next VOD that is going to be publicly available is going to be December 19th. So it's going to be actually technically today, since it's already like 2 a.m. in the morning, right? So there's going to be a new Elden Ring VOD that appears on my channel. Um, I actually have a video that I recorded this video and I put it through a little bit of an editor and I tried to you know kind of clean up the video, make it a little bit prettier than it would be. And so I recorded this video, and the video that I recorded, I think it's going to be publicly viewable on my channel. On I think it's probably gonna be available on December 26th, the day after Christmas, just because I don't think I want to upload any videos on Christmas or on Christmas Eve. I feel like, those are holidays, and I think that people, they should ideally be spending those holidays, um, spending time with family and enjoying themselves, having fun, opening presents, drinking hot chocolate, that sort of a thing, right? So, you know, the video I recorded is going to be uploaded on the day after Christmas, and I think what I'm probably going to do is all these video ideas that I have in my head that I want to upload before, the end of the year. I think I'm going to be uploading them basically like one after the other. So, one video on the 26th of December, and then very likely I think I'm going to upload another video on the 27th, then another on the 28th, and however many like video ideas that I have, I will upload them one by one, day by day, before the end of the year. But for the time being, like I think from now until Christmas, until December 25th, the only thing that's going to be uploaded is the VODs, the Twitch VODs of my first DLC playthrough. So that's kind of like old content, right? That's stuff that I did a while back, and I did it on Twitch, and now I'm just simply exporting it over to YouTube. So yeah, yeah. VOD re-upload, yeah. Get some sleep. Your sleep schedule might be more brick than mine. Oh, Stellar, let me tell you, buddy. This last week, I think maybe, yeah, the last week, I have basically reverted back to my super duper degen schedule where I was staying up until 6 a.m. in the morning, and then I'd go to sleep and wake up at like 2 or 3 p.m. in the afternoon. It is bad. It is dangerous, right? It is not good. So yeah, I definitely do need to fix that schedule. I need to improve it quite a lot. Um, but yeah, so TLDR, I think any of these videos, right, that I've mentioned where it's like, talking about the game awards, talking about like, which games won and which games were nominated, and then another video talking about all of the upcoming video games that are going to be released in, 2025 or 2026 or whatever. Those video ideas, I'm going to make sure that I upload them before the end of 2024, and very likely what I'll probably do is I'll release them one by one. So, starting on like December 26th, one video. Next day, another video. Next day, another video. And I'll just kind of like try to, you know, push them out and upload them as frequently as I can, just to like get them out there in preparation for the new year, right? So yeah. No, Mr. Streamer, not like this. Yeah, yeah. My sleep schedule, it's suffering. It is not looking too good. Not looking too good. But yeah, yeah. Okay. Um, let me see here. I need to take a look and see. Are there any other like Good holy weapons. Twin blades, I suppose. I don't know if it's worth dual wielding. Maybe not. Euphoria? Okay. Um... Nah, I don't really like that weapon. No. Great axe. I don't really like the Ash of War on this one. Man, there's quite a few weapons that deal holy damage, but I don't really love most of them here. Oh, this is the bubble gun. Yeah, I know the bubble gun. Suppose we can take a look at it. Ooh, America's Hammer. Okay. Black Steel Great Hammer. I think it's probably too heavy for me. I think these Great Hammers are not really ideal. Yeah. Nah, I don't think I'll wield those weapons. Clean Rot Spear? I suppose, maybe. Tree Spear. Siluria's tree. Ooh, that might not be a bad one. Barbed Staff Spear. Could try it out. Halberd, huh? I can try it out. Ooh, Halo Scythe? That's actually not a bad... I kind of like that idea. Man, there's actually quite a few holy weapons here that I have. The problem is, will any of these holy weapons be worthwhile, you know? Okay. I think we need to take a visit to good old Andre, or not Andre. Andre is in the Souls games. We need to take a visit to Master Hugh, the superior blacksmith over here. And then I need to take a look at all of these different weapons that I have. Let me see. I'm gonna upgrade this one to +10. I think it's worth it. I'll leave it at +9 for the time being. Okay. Okay. Alright. greatsword, huh? I don't know if I want to use a greatsword against this enemy, because I feel like greatswords are kind of heavy. This one, however, might not be bad. What does establish order do? Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Okay. Alright, so all of these are +9 right now. Gargoyles, Black Blades. Okay. Great Axe. I don't really know. Yeah, like, maybe I could change the Ash of War on that one. And I could, maybe I could, you know, like, modify it to make it better. Okay, so Tree Spear we can get rid of. But the rest of these, ideally, we want. Okay. Let's go over to the good old NPC that sells us our upgrade stones, shall we? This is probably going to be expensive, but it's fine. We have enough runes for it. Purchase. Let's see, give me 10. 10. Wait. There we go, 10. 10. 10. Nope, 10. And 10. There we go. Damn, we lost, like, I think that was, like, 1 million runes that we spent on those upgrade stones just now. Kind of painful, but, I mean, I think it's fine, just as long as we get to upgrade these weapons, you know?
Now.
Let's see here. Strength and armament. Okay. Okay. Nice. Okay. So, let's take a look at these numbers here and figure out basically what is worth taking with us. Because ideally we want a nice weapon that has like a very substantial amount of holy damage on it, right? Okay. Um, let me see here. So this one has 99 plus 85. This one has more than that, so I'm gonna move this. Yeah, I'm gonna move this into the bag. 156 plus 35. Okay, that is worse. This one's pretty good. 195 plus 213. Ooh, this one's better, though. Okay, so let me see here. Yeah, let's get rid of this one. 149 plus 42, not bad. Needle Piercer. Interesting. You know what? Let me see here. Let's go to... Nope, wait, hold on. Let's go to... Maybe let's go here. I need a place that has, like, some light to it, right? Yeah, this can work. So we're gonna take this one. Then here, we're gonna take this one. Then here, we're gonna take... this one. Okay. Alright, so this one, let's see. It's not a bad combo, okay. What does the weapon art look like? Ooh. That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay. What about this weapon? Ooh, I don't like that attack combo. Okay, weapon art. Oh, okay. Let me see. Hmm. It's not bad. It is long range. That is something that I enjoy about it. I think the big problem with it is the attack chain for it. Okay. That's not as bad. It's a little bit better. Okay, let's do the weapon art. Ah, I see. Okay, okay. Let's take a look here. Equipment. So which has the higher numbers here? 149, 42. This one has higher 281 plus 96. Oh, wait, which one's a bigger number there? Let me take a look here. Calculator. 225 plus 155, 380. And then 281 plus 96, 377. Ooh. So the Black Blade is slightly worse than Inseparable Sword. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see here. First weapon. I don't like that combo string. It feels way too heavy, way too slow. Okay, weapon art. Ooh, that's actually decently okay. The problem is that I think it requires that we are close range to the enemy. So it's not like, you know, a something that you can use quite far away, right? Okay. Next we have this one. So we have... Yeah, not really a great combo string. Okay. Weapon art. It's not bad. Is there a way to charge it? Ooh, nice. Not terrible. Not horrible. But I think that one also you have to be close range. Okay. And then we have this one right here, so... Not really a big fan of that. Okay, so it does like an AoE explosion around you. I see. Okay, okay. Alright. Yeah, I think my big problem with the greatswords is their, you know, regular attack chain moveset just feels very uncomfortable. So we have the twin blades, which I'm actually going to equip like that. And then I'm also going to take that one. Okay. So we have the Euphoria. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, I like that. Weapon art. Ooh, I like that. Okay, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's quite badass. Okay. Alright. Then we have the gargoyles, right? So this is... Ooh, I don't like that attack. You know what I think what I need to do? I need to check this. I need to see if I can replace that, the weapon art on this weapon. If I can't replace it, then this weapon is going back into my inventory as trash. Ooh. I don't think I can change it. Ooh. Yikes. That's a big yikes. Because, yeah, this particular weapon art here... Let me see. Where is this weapon? Here it is. Give a war cry to rally the spirit and increase attack power. While active, strong attacks change to charging attacks. I don't know about that. Let me see here. Come on, game. There we go. So if I do this, right? Okay. Yeah. No, I don't like that one bit. Okay. So then we have the twin blades, right? Okay. Okay. Nice. Okay. And then weapon art. Spinning slash. Eh. Basically, it looks like you can do 2 slashes, but that's not really impressive, in my opinion. Alright. Yeah, I think, like, out of the twin blades, I think probably the Euphoria is best. And I don't really like the gargoyle ones. Yeah, I can't even change spinning slash on these. Wow. That is kind of garbage. Okay, so equipment, get rid of these. Get rid of all of those. Sort chest. So what are the ones that we are removing here? We are removing... That one's fine. That one's fine. Removing this one. This one. This one. This one. This one. I'll keep that one in there. I think I'm gonna remove both of these two. I'll keep this one. Gonna remove that one. Okay, so I don't need to test Envoy's horn. America's hammer. I can test that one out. Don't think I need to test that one out because I've seen it. Tree Spear, I'm going to move it away because we don't want to upgrade it with materials. It's too expensive. Okay, so let's go and test these other ones, shall we? Nope. Back out. There we go. Let's test these other weapons. I think I'm probably going to stick to a weapon that is quite long range, you know? Let's see. I'll test out America's hammer. I will test out Siluria's tree. Let's test out Barb Staff Spear. Oh, I'm gonna put this one back. Spinning Slash. Yeah, I'm gonna put it back. It's not a good weapon art. Okay. Wait, hold on. So, hammer. Not bad. That moveset's not bad. Weapon art. Ooh, okay. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Okay, next weapon. Ooh, that attack is kinda slow. Yeah, not really great. Okay, weapon art. Ooh, I kind of like that. That's a pretty cool weapon art. Okay. Let's see here. So, barbed staff spear. Oof, that moveset is not really great. Yeah, I don't like that moveset. Okay. Weapon art. Ah, I see. Long range. Okay, okay. It's usable. It's usable. Okay. So we tested out those. I don't need to test that one. Don't need to test that one. I don't think I've tried this one. So... Okay. And then weapon art. Not bad. Not bad. But the thing is, it does require me to be close range. Okay. So, here's what we're gonna do, chat. Let me take a look here. Sword chest. Okay. So, let us sword. That one does not really have a lot of holy damage, so I'm going to move that into my inventory. Euphoria is pretty good, so what is this number? 230 plus 107. 337. That's not terrible. Okay. This one is less, but it has long range, which is not bad. This one's less. The weapon art is not long range, so that's dangerous. I'm going to move this to the inventory. 152 plus 43. It does have long range, so I suppose we can test it out. This one has long range. Let me see here. So, let's see. 207 plus 107, 314. Then we have 198 plus 148, 346. Wow, so this is more holy damage compared to Siluria's Tree and Leanrot's Spear. I'm moving this one back because we are not using that. This one is low holy damage, but the weapon art is really good. 195 plus 179. 374. That's actually kind of impressive. The big problem is that it requires us to be up close. So I don't know if that is viable. I think I'm going to put that one away. And then, let me see here, chat. Let's see, 195 plus 213. Wow, that's 408. That's actually pretty impressive. Let me see here. I might potentially try that out. Did I actually don't even remember, chat, if I tested out that weapon. Let me see here. So, good moveset. Okay. Weapon art. Ooh, I like that. That's actually pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Okay. Okay, okay. Alright. So, chat, here we go. This is gonna be the final boss fight of this live stream here. Let me take a look here. Pastime, morning. Alright. So, what weapon do we want to try? Or actually, you know what I should do? Let me get rid of this. This and this. Let me see here. Let's go to... Go to that. And then... Potency of incantations. Let me see here, chat. Maybe let's take this one right here, magic damage negation. See if that helps us. I was hoping we might be able to use one that basically will increase our damage overall. But this should be fine. Should be able to survive with this. Okay. Alright. Let's just say fuck it. And we're gonna try using this weapon right here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. There we go. Alright. So, here we go, chat. Here goes nothing. This is gonna be a little bit rough, but we'll see what happens. Okay. What's up, Teolier? How's it going, pal? How are you doing? Alright. Here we go. Let's see what ends up happening. Ooh, yikes. Damn it. Wait, really? No! Stop interrupting me. God damn it. Really? Man, that's such a delayed hit. Yeah. Such a delayed hit. Okay. Alright. So, this weapon... I think this weapon is not horrible, right? But I think the biggest problem that it has is that it requires close range. And, I think that it is kind of tricky to do this fight close range. So, let's see here. This one, I think the weapon art, we can try it just to see how it goes, but I don't have a lot of faith in this weapon art. I think this weapon art, it is one that takes a while to cast, and I feel like, you know, this particular weapon art, basically, I feel like there's not really going to be a lot of opportunities to utilize this weapon art effectively and deal significant damage against the boss. Maybe it'll work. Possibly. We'll see. But I don't really have a lot of faith. I will say, I think that the entrance to this fight is very cool, right? Ah. Yeah. Okay. I actually wonder. Maybe I should try doing that, chat. We'll see if it'll work. I actually wonder if bringing Mimic Tier is gonna be like a smart idea here, right? I think the only problem with Mimic Tier is that Mimic Tier does not always utilize the doesn't always utilize the particular weapon art, right? So I feel like it's a little bit of a gamble, right? Oof. Pain. Pain and suffering. Yeah, I think one of the primary issues with this boss is that this boss does not really give you a lot of time to, you know, plan things out, right? And to properly like dodge attacks and then regain your footing and prepare, you know, to counterattack and whatnot. I feel like this boss always keeps you on your toes, which is not really ideal. Oof, man. Man, oh man, oh man. I completely forgot to, what's it called? I completely forgot to drink my Wondrous Physic. So I probably, even though it's kind of painful, right? It's not really ideal to do it. I think I need to drink my Wondrous Physic, at the very beginning, like, you know, right whenever I jump on into the fight. You know what I mean? Um, so like I drink the Physic, I jump on in, and then you know, go into battle, right? It's not really super duper ideal. I think that it does waste, you know, like a couple seconds or whatever. But I mean, fuck. Dude, I have no time to even drink a flask. That is, or not, yeah, like drink an HP flask. Man, that is painful. Okay. My god. Okay. I think what I need to be doing with that attack, which is very, very, very tricky, is I think I need to be dodging that attack by jumping, but it's very I feel like it's so dangerous because the the height of the particular attack, it just feels so incredibly dangerous, you know what I mean? Like it just feels like I don't really have the ability to jump over, you know? Okay. This is probably not very ideal, but we will try. Oh, wrong one, damn it. There we go. There we go. Nicely done. Ooh, baby. Wow. What a very, very dangerous boss. Yeah. I think that boss is really tricky, you know? So there's the attack that the boss does, where basically what will happen is he will shoot these like ghost flames at you, which you know, if it hits you multiple times, right? You will eventually get frostbitten. Okay? Um I think that is very, very dangerous, right? And what makes it even more dangerous and just like really a disgusting attack is that essentially that attack, right? If you try to dodge the very beginning of it, right? You jump and you dodge the beginning of it. There's like a follow-up bit which hits you, which you guys were able to see that I got hit by it. And I think like I was very, very, very lucky during that attempt where essentially I healed through it and I survived, right? By using my health flasks. very luckily, you know. And so, yeah, I survived and I healed through it. But I did get frostbitten, which is why I was very, very concerned. I was very worried because, for those of you who are unfamiliar, when you are frostbitten in Elden Ring, what that basically translates to, what it means, is that for a brief period of time, until you are, until the frostbite status wears off, you actually take increased damage from enemies, right? So boss enemies that deal significant damage, they hit like a giant goddamn semi-truck. They are very, very powerful. They hit like a fucking brick wall, and they are painful, right? So you never want to be frostbitten, if at all possible. Um, yeah, I think, like, honestly, so that boss, right, the Putrescent Knight, I think one of the things that I really don't like about that boss is that boss feels like you are not supposed to fight that boss by yourself. Because a lot of the attacks that the boss does, those attacks, they are very rapid. They deal a lot of damage. And not only that, but, like, basically, that boss tries to always get as close to you as humanly possible, and tries to, basically turn you into a shish kebab, right? Absolutely murder you, right? And I feel like with the combo chain of attacks that it has, it doesn't really feel like it gives you a lot of time to rest and to, recover and heal up or protect yourself. So, yeah. Yeah, it's not great. Not great. Um, I will say, though, the Sacred Relic Sword with the Wave of Gold Ash of War, that was a game changer. That was a really, really good weapon to use against this boss. Much better than using, like, my normal strategy of, basically just, using sorcery, using, magic to try and snipe down the boss, right? Okay. Let's see. What weapon do I want to equip? I guess I'll just equip the Great Katana, just for, by default for the time being. All right. So, chat, before I end this live stream, I do want to take a moment and I want to look up on the wiki page the NPC that helped us in that fight. His name is Diolier, right? Um, I want to figure out what is the next part of his quest line, because he does have a quest line, and it's very important that I complete this quest line. I think it's a very, very valuable quest line. Um, Let me see here. Okay. Ba 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 ba. Okay. So after the boss is defeated, he will be found lying next to Saint Trina. He does not need to be summoned for the boss to progress his quest line. Okay. Ah, perfect. Okay, okay. I figured out what I need to do, chat. So, we go into this cave. Lovely, lovely, lovely cave over here.
Centrina. Oh, Centrina. What velvety ambrosia is this? Your poison and the sweet sleep that follows. Oh, please, let me hear your voice.
Okay, let me try talking to him.
Hello. Thank you for your help. Without it, I wouldn't have seen Centrina again. am drifting off in the sea of her poison. Soon I will hear her voice. Let me be. I won't be long.
Okay, anything else?
Oh, I almost forgot. You mustn't follow my example. St. Trina's poison would plunge you into an eternal slumber. It must be me. And only me.
Okay.
I am gone. Adrift in sleep. So that I may hear St. Trina's lost voice.
Okay.
Let me be. I won't be long.
Okay.
I am gone so that I let me be. Let me be.
Okay. So, let's see here. I'm gonna go to... Oh, wait. Did I not rest? Wait. Hold on. Give me a second, chat. Give me a second. Aha! I knew it. Okay. Drink the flask. Go on in. So now, we talk to St. Trina. Okay? Imbibe nectar. Ripperoni. So apparently, chat, I need to do that a total of, I think it said minimum 4 times. I need to do it 4 times in order for, you know, Teolir's quest to progress. Okay. In we go. Alright. Imbibe nectar. Okay. That's number 2. Okay. In we go. This is gonna be number 3. I will say, the shape of St. Trina is so incredibly weird, right? It looks as if St. Trina is beheaded and is not, like, a living, sort of, human-like creature, you know? Okay, so that was number 3. Then we need to do it again.
Trina, why won't you share your voice with me? Grant me more of your poison, that I might drift further into sleep. Perhaps then you'll grace me with your voice. Please.
Okay. Imbibe nectar. Guys of cringe. Oh, what's happening now?
Mikilla,
Okay. Okay. All right. So now I think we need to maybe do it, I think, 2 more times minimum.
Please.
Okay. Can I collect these, Trina's, or what are these called? Nectar Blood Burgeon? Not even St. Trina's Lily. Interesting. Okay. Imbibe Nectar. So this is the 5th time that we're doing this. And apparently on the 6th time, that is when we hear the entire voice line that Trina has.
Thought it would be Michaela's prison. A caged divinity is beyond saving.
Okay. Alright. So we need to go through that one final more time before we can quit. Okay. Dedge.
You must kill Michaela. Grant him forgiveness.
I see. I see. Okay. So chat, I know that this is, taking quite a while to go through. I do apologize. But I want to very quickly, I want to do it one more time just to make sure that we have exhausted all dialogue, right? So, let's see here. We're gonna go out here. Gonna go in here. We drink it one more time. And then afterwards we can chit-chat with good old Teolier and see what he has to say. But I do believe we have exhausted the dialogue here.
You must kill Michaela.
Okay.
Grant him forgiveness.
Nice. So yeah, we did get all the dialogue options. Okay. So, chat. Here's what we do. Okay, talk.
Please. Leave me alone.
Okay. Pass on St. Trina's words.
I'll thank you not to lie to me. I am the chosen, not you. Only I can doze off in the sea of St. Trina. Why would you hear her voice when I cannot? If you should utter these cruel untruths to me again, I won't be held responsible for my actions.
Listen, bud, you just simply are not him. That's what it boils down to. You are not the main character. You are not the hero. Here we go. Let's try again.
Please, enough. I cannot believe your cheek. And I will stand for it no longer. I will never forgive you. I will never...
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. Alright. So, I believe that once we reload this area, we will be invaded by Teolier. So, let me see here. Let's go with, get rid of that, get rid of that. We're gonna do, gonna do that. And then let's go with, let's see here. Sure. Let's go with that. Okay. We should be ready, chat. Here goes nothing. We're about to be invaded.
I will never forgive you. For your trespass, you will know my poison.
Oh, there you are, bud. Okay. Okay.
Why did you mislead me? Such strength, but for what?
Damn. St. Trina's smile. Interesting. Interesting. You know, chat, it's kind of sad, right? I want to very quickly talk about this and mention it, right? So there's an amazing YouTube content creator that I highly recommend everyone go and watch him. Even if you don't play Souls games, this content creator is extremely entertaining. And, like, his videos are high quality and, like, they are fascinating. They are interesting. Basically, this content creator, he makes lore videos about Souls games, including Elden Ring. And recently, he put out a teaser trailer for an upcoming lore video of his, which is all about the character of Teolier and his story, right? The NPC that we just fought. And I remember I was reading a comment that someone left underneath that teaser video where they basically said Teolier is one of their favorite NPCs because Teolier, out of all the different NPCs in the DLC, he is the weakest one that there is, right? He is extremely incredibly weak. But, you know, he decided to, you know, basically fight for Mikola and be like, you know, an advocate for Mikola's cause. And he decided to travel the Shadow realm of the Elden Ring, right? And you know, even though he is the weakest NPC out of all of them, he basically is very, very brave. You know, he has determination and courage. And basically, you know, this is a little bit of spoilers going forward into the game, But essentially, even though Tiolier is the weakest NPC in the DLC, Tiolier still is able to achieve great things, and he is able to make a difference, an impact, and he is able to basically leave a very an impressive legacy in the world, right? Despite his weakness. So knowing that information, it kind of makes me feel a little bit sad, where I'm like, man, I wish that, we did not have to fight Tealier. Because, like, honestly, I think that it felt kind of shameful, because it felt kind of like bullying a little bit, where I was like, fighting against this weak NPC that couldn't really do much. But the good news is, right, the thing that we are very grateful for is that Teolier is not dead. Like, he is not permanently gone. We basically just ended up killing a, like, a projection of him, rather than him, like, the actual NPC itself, right? So, let's go and see if we can talk to Teolier here. Let me see. Talk.
You. I was no good to anyone. Beginning to end. Weak as a kitten, and thick as two planks. I suppose dying in disgrace is fitting, in a way. Tell me, please, assuming you spoke the truth back then. What did Centrina tell you?
Oof, okay, let's tell him.
You are a wretched, wretched soul. A nightmare come to plague me. Such a thing couldn't possibly be. Could it? Centrina, please let me hear your voice in my everlasting slumber.
Okay.
Centrina in my Centrina in my
Alright, alright. So if I reset this area, does he stay there? Does he have any new dialogue? What ends up happening? Oh, he's still here. Okay, okay. So it looks like he is deep in slumber, chat. Looks like he is not to be interacted with. Let me take a look at the Wikipedia page very quickly here. Um, Interesting. Okay. So there is a very real possibility, chat. There's a very, very real possibility that we have exhausted all of Teolier's dialogue here. Um, let's go check just one more time just to be sure. I'm actually very, very glad that I checked the Wikipedia page, because I found out a very useful piece of information. Okay, cool. Awesome. So, we are done with this area. Very poggerinos. Sweet. So that's 3 bosses down, right? That's Commander Gaius, that is Rolana, and that is Putrescent Knight completed. I think what we're going to do, let me see here. Let me take a look, chat. So we have, let's see. We have one boss up here. We have, are there any other bosses? 3. Wow. Okay. We are, I think we are getting closer and closer to the, like, kind of end or the late game part of the DLC, which is kind of bittersweet a little bit. I mean, obviously there is always the opportunity to, always the opportunity to basically enjoy this game and replay it in the future, but it still makes me a little bit bittersweet to think about it. So let's see, we have one boss right here. We have one boss right here. We have one boss right here. So that's three bosses. Okay. Then we have, let me see here. We have one boss way over here, and then we have like kind of I would say one major boss fight over here, and then one kind of minor boss fight over here as well. Okay. Hmm. So, I'm kind of thinking, chat, because I want to figure out, like, how I want to go forward with the DLC, right? So, here is my thought process, okay? I have played the DLC before, so I already know what is going to be coming up. And what I will say is that there's a boss, which is located in this area right here. And that particular boss is, it's a very difficult boss, but he's also incredibly cool, incredibly amazing. I love the boss fight, even though it is incredibly, insanely difficult. And I do not like a lot of the mechanics of the boss fight. I think that the boss itself is really badass. And then the boss that's way up here in this area as well is a boss fight that is extremely fucking badass. And I love that boss fight, right? So my thought process is basically the following, okay? I think that maybe the next live stream that we do, we fight against this boss that's over here, which, by the way, I don't really like this boss. I think this boss over here is kind of a piece of garbage, and I do not enjoy that boss. And then there's a boss over here in this area that we can fight. And I think it would not be a bad idea to fight this boss. Now, the thing is, right, the reason why I'm pondering this idea is in order to basically progress from this area over here into the final area of the DLC, which is this area right here, in order to move forward, you are required to fight this boss right here. So basically, what I can do during my next live stream is I can fight, this boss right here, which is like an optional boss. I can also fight this boss over here, which is a required boss, right? And I can stop the live stream there. I can fight 2 bosses and be done with it. Or I could fight 3 bosses. I could fight this boss right here. What I'm thinking right now is that because this boss fight, even though it is difficult, it is extremely, very, very, entertaining. I think that, I live by this philosophy, this idea of save the best for last, right? That is like what I always, try to live by. And so I think that I want to basically do this boss fight, and I want to do this boss fight in the same live stream. I want to do them, you know, kind of like one after the other. And basically, the live stream that I do where I fight these two bosses, it'll be essentially like, you know, it'll be a live stream that is basically, you know, one that I'm excited for. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to do the live stream and to, you know, to show you guys the boss experience, you know? So, um yeah. I really really, you know, would desire to do it in that manner, right? I would really desire to uh enjoy those two boss fights just like that, one after the other, right? Two banger boss fights, back to back, you know. So basically, let me see here. I'm thinking, you know what we might do, chat? Here's what we might do. I might basically fight this boss over here, right? I might take on this boss. Then uh, we might take on this boss and we'll kill this boss, right? Then, if we basically complete both of these boss fights very quickly, and, you know, we have not been streaming for 3, 4, 5, 7 hours, right? What we can do for a third boss fight is we can fight this boss way over here, right? Even though I fucking despise this boss, I hate this boss with a burning passion, we can fight this boss as a third one. And then, the live stream after that, so the next live stream, we will fight this boss fight, we will go up here, and we will fight this boss fight, and then we will progress into the last, you know, final area of the DLC. And we will gain access to the enemies over here, the boss fight over here, the minor boss fight, all that fun stuff, right? But yeah, I will figure out those details basically whenever I do end up returning back with yet another YouTube live stream. Yeah. So here's the thing, chat. It is currently 3 a.m. in the morning, and today is supposed, like, technically it is Thursday, right? So today is technically already Thursday. There's a chance I might go live again in less than 24 hours, and I might stream again, maybe, if I'm feeling motivated. But there's also a very, very good chance that I take Thursday as sort of a day of rest, and I, you know, don't do a YouTube live stream. Now, that being said, on Friday, which is, what day is that? December 20th, I think? Yeah, I think it's December 20th. On Friday, I will be live on Twitch. I will be streaming on Twitch. And we will very likely be doing Genshin. I may be doing some Wuthering Waves, possibly. We'll see. But it'll be sort of like a gacha, you know, gameplay stream, as we normally usually do. So that'll be on Friday. And then Saturday I will be live again on Twitch. Sunday I will be live again on Twitch as well. So basically, you know, as always, this weekend, right? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I will, I think that there is like a 0% chance, or maybe like between 0 and 1% chance that I will go live on YouTube and I will stream. So, assuming that is the case, assuming that nothing changes, I will very likely end up seeing you guys on YouTube probably next week is the earliest it'll be. But time will tell, right? Things can change, right? So yeah. But in any case, chat, I'm gonna basically take this moment to say goodbye and farewell. I will say good night to all you lovely, beautiful, amazing people out there. I appreciate you guys stopping by and checking out the stream. Massive shout out to Stellar82, who is an old, follower of mine, an old viewer of mine that I really appreciate saying hello to me and chatting with me about these different topics. I even though Stellar came in and talked about topics that were unrelated to Elden Ring, that does not really bother me at all, right? I think that being given the opportunity to talk about anything, to share my thoughts and opinions on any topic whatsoever in the entire whole world, I think it's a very, very wonderful thing to be able to have the opportunity for, right? And so Stellar basically chatting with me and showing that they are interested in what I have to say about something, it is something that I very much appreciate and I very much value. So thank you very much, Stellar. Yeah, I hope to do more YouTube live streams going forward, but they are very likely going to be, unscheduled, unplanned, and spontaneous and just random. So I do apologize for that, but I will see what I can do, chat. And, as I mentioned earlier in this live stream, I am working and planning on trying to create some YouTube videos that I can release on my channel before the end of 2024. So if you're interested in those videos, look forward to it. I hope that you guys are able to watch it whenever it drops, if you care about it at all. And yeah, I appreciate all you guys who are still sticking around the channel and not unsubscribed and not unfollowed and whatever. You guys are amazing and incredible. So massive shout out to you all. Much love to anyone remaining on my YouTube channel, right? But yeah, this is gonna do it for me, chat. I'm gonna say good night and farewell. I will see you guys later. Until next time. All right, have a good one. Peace out, chat. Bye bye. Let me grab my I'm gonna grab my channel mascot here, my fluffy plushie, chonky capybara. There we go. He's so incredibly fluffy. I love him to death. He says good night and farewell to you all as well. So good night, farewell, much love to you all. Yeah, I will see you guys later. I'm gonna go and lay down and try to get some rest and probably just snuggle with this chonky fluffy boy. Yeah. All right. Much love, all of you. Have a good one. Peace out. Good night. Bye bye. I'll see you later. Bye.